Welcome to the Town of Garner regular council meeting for April 15th, 2025. We have an exciting agenda tonight. We have plenty of participating citizens and plenty of people to be recognized. It's going to be a very great meeting. That being said, I would like to officially start the meeting by calling the roll. I'll ask our town clerk.
Mayor Gupton?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vance?
Here.
Councilmember Singleton?
Here.
Councilmember Behringer?
Here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
And Councilmember Dellinger.
Here.
Sorry about that.
Good, we're all here, right? Good. And with that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Grace Singleton to lead the Pledge of Allegiance and then the invocation.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
would like to join me in the invocation, please do so. Our Father, we thank you for this beautiful day here, this new season of the year, beautiful flowers sprouting all over town, new life. We ask that you be with citizens in our town, be with this council, be with our staff as we talk about decisions that are important to us and our community. Father, we lift up those who have been sick, those who are undergoing treatment for serious illnesses. Also lift up the families of those, Father, who have lost loved ones recently. Special shout out, Father, we ask that you watch over the men and women of the military that's serving all over the world, representing the United States in military installations all over the globe. Please be with these men and women and their families. Lift these things up in your Son's name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. And just to show you how flexible and adaptable we are here on our council meeting, we're going to make a small change in the agenda. We have such great presentations here and so many people interested in that. We're going to move that up a little bit. We're going to move the petitions and comments. Some of you have signed up to speak on some items that are not on the agenda. We will get to you, but we're going to do the presentations first. Somebody's beeping at me again. Okay. They're not going to shut me up. We're going to plow on through. So at this point, I'm going to make one other comment. 2 weeks ago at the town council meeting, most of you didn't notice, but I was not here. But I want to give a shout out to the team who was here. Our Mayor Pro Tem Vance, he led the team, town manager and assistant town managers. This went like clockwork. It went so well, I may never come to another council meeting. It was really great. It was really great. But we have a great team here from the council members, our assistant town managers. We have such a great team. All of our staff, we're going to be recognizing some of them this evening. I'm just proud to be part of the team. That being said, we will move on along to the adoption of agenda portion here, and I'll ask the council members for a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Matthews, second by Mr. Singleton. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no. Hearing none, we adopt the agenda with the slight adjustment that I mentioned, and we will move ahead to presentations. And all three of these have a special meaning to me in certain ways. And let's start with the first presentation, and the presenter will be Martin Petheridge of Garner Grows. And I believe Maria is coming up to speak as well.
No, I'm just a PowerPoint operator tonight.
Okay, you're going to be driving the slideshow. Okay, this is a team effort. Okay, well, Martin, what can you tell us about Garner Grows?
A lot. So, but I'll only be here for 3 minutes. I see the clock. Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Martin Petherbridge, and I'm here today to represent Garner Groves Community Garden. Today I'd like to give an update on our operations at Thompson Road Park. Now, 3 years ago, we started with just a grass field. We had a vision of where we wanted to go, and the town of Garner were kind enough to give us an opportunity to implement that vision. Over the past 3 years, we have invested a lot of volunteer hours. Our efforts have created an environment of over 70 growing beds and rows. We've developed a sustainable composting process to keep our beds nutrient rich throughout the year. We've installed an irrigation system for our crops to make it through the hot summers. We now have a thriving space filled with vegetables, flowers, people, and pollinators. Each summer, we harvest produce for our volunteer members, and we donate thousands of pounds of produce to local food banks. Each year, we run workshops that teach a variety of gardening techniques to residents and volunteers. Our classes can be as basic as how to grow tomatoes or even how to make a wreath at Christmas time. But we also lead more advanced classes on raising mushrooms from logs or even how to look after bees. We currently have 9 thriving beehives. We continue to stay grounded in the community and participate in the town's events, including the Christmas parade, trick or treat in the park, and working with residents at the Garner Senior Centre. We have a big presence at the North Carolina State Fair horticulture shows. If you've been to the shows, you will see the town of Garner well represented. So what's coming up for the next 3 years? After 3 years, our fruit trees are now really only just getting established, but we're looking forward to harvesting figs, pomegranates, persimmons, apples, and pears. Now that we've really built out our infrastructure, we would like to now explore how we can incorporate more artwork at our location. And then we will continue to build community networks where we can and deepen our community connection. I'd like to close by thanking the town of Garner, specifically the Parks and Rec Department, who have been great to work with, but also the Public Works Department for keeping our water supply maintained, as without the water supply, we wouldn't be able to function. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to establish our community garden at Thompson Road Park, and we look forward to the next 3 years.
Well, excellent. While you're standing up there, let me extend my personal thank you for the work you've done over there. That's near my house. I walk through that area routinely. For those of you who know Thompson Road Park, it's mostly kind of football fields, soccer fields up there. But way at the back, if you go back there, you'll think you're in the Garden of Eden. What used to be just a barren field is now a showplace full of activity, wonderful flowers, plants of every description, trees, shrubbery, vegetables. It's really an interesting place to go. And it's available, correct me if I'm wrong, Martin, but I think folks are welcome to come anytime and see what you're doing. Please don't take the vegetables before they're ripe, okay, right? But you're welcome to come and see. So it's a great thing that y'all are doing. We're proud to be part of it. I think I'll kind of pass the microphone along to council members for any comments or questions they might have about what Garner Groves is. And we'll start with Mr. Vance.
Well, I will say, Martin, that I've been out there. I was there when it was opened, and it's come a long way. I've learned a lot about bees and how essential they are to the environment. And I would say that continue doing what you're doing with the community involvement and great work with giving thousands of pounds of produce to local food banks around the community.
Yeah, just congratulations on all the hard work I can't believe it's been 3 years. But just congratulations and keep up the good work and keep growing.
Yeah, this is exciting. I haven't been out there to see it, but now it's going to be top of my list. And my husband likes to garden. He will be going with me so he can learn from what you all are doing. And also recently at the Women's Club, one of our guest speakers was a beekeeper. And so that's good to have just seen that and to know that you were doing it as well. So thank you.
I'll mention to Jeff, your husband, to be careful what he volunteers for. Martin will put him to work.
Stay out of this.
Mr. Singleton.
Thank you, Martin, for the update and the presentation. And if anyone in here gets a chance to go down there and look at it, because it does look really nice. From, as you said, a barren field, it looks completely different than it did back a few years ago. So y'all done great work. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews.
Oh, congratulations from that field to where it's at now, and it is amazing. And plus, it's a great thing for young people to come see and how things are done. And who knows, you might have a small arboretum out there one day. So we'll watch out for that. So congratulations.
Good. And we are not issuing one of these fabulous proclamations tonight because this was more for our information. You're letting us know what's going on. But if you have some of your Garner Groves participants who are here who want to come up for a photo op that you were actually at the council meeting, we'll be glad to do that. Or we'll take your picture over by the tomato plants later, whatever you'd like to do.
We know who you are.
We'll come and take our picture with you on your field. Bring them on up here. Okay. Do you want some of the council members to come down and join you for the
If you
picture?
like, why not? This
All
is a
right.
good celebration. Why not?
You did represent us.
They delegated that to me.
Yeah, let the mayor go.
Let the mayor go.
Listen to this guy. Have the rest of you back there smiling and looking like you're interested.
Matt, you would balance things out.
Sir.
Well, that was a presentation where they gave us information and we learned more. We have another presentation where we're going to be reading a proclamation, and this has to do with the South Garner High women's tennis and basketball champions. And I'm going to ask their coaches, Coach Daniels and Coach Fuller, to join me at this podium over here when we present this proclamation, and then we'll recognize some of your participants and hopefully have the same photo shoot, same photo op, and I want y'all to look even happier than they looked. Come on, cheer them on up here. Get it. All right, y'all stand right here, and I'm gonna read this, and then I'm gonna give you a chance to talk. How about that? But this is an official proclamation. And it reads, whereas the South Garner High School varsity women's tennis and women's basketball programs are on the rise in the 4A Greater Neuse River Conference, and whereas the South Garner High School's women's tennis team, led by Coach Tony Daniels, just completed the best season in school history, qualifying for regionals and winning the conference tennis doubles championship, the first in school history. And whereas South Garner women's basketball, led by Coach Ashley Fuller and assistant coach Kaylin Weldon, is emerging as one of the best programs in the East District and in the state, most recently finishing with an impressive 21-8 record and winning the tournament championship. And whereas the women's basketball program includes several future Division I college athletes, some of whom have already received full ride offers to study and play at the next level. And on top of that, the accomplishments of the South Garner High women's tennis and women's basketball teams, including their historic conference championships, are a testament to the importance of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. And whereas the achievements of these student athletes are one of many reasons to take pride in the schools serving the Garner community. Now, therefore, I, Buddy Gupton, Mayor of the town of Garner, do hereby proclaim April 15th, 2025, as a day to celebrate the South Garner High School varsity women's tennis and women's basketball teams as examples of Garner excellence, and as the 2025 Garner Neuse River Conference champions. Wow, let's hear it for these guys.
Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you all on the board. I'm Ashley Fuller. I'm the head coach. I am a proud head coach. I've been at South Garner as the head coach. I just completed my 3rd season. So we're going into a big 4th year with a lot of high expectations. We're a young team, and I oftentimes refer to us as young and mighty because we were. We had 4 seniors, 5 freshmen, 4 sophomores, and 2 juniors. Yeah, just two juniors. So next year we'll be quite young as well. We'll have 5 sophomores, and then we'll go up from there. We'll have 2 more freshmen that we know of right now coming in. We're trying to build something special, and it's gotten off to a great start so far. We do have Division I offered student athletes on our team, and that's a great thing because, that's the goal. You play sports in high school to have fun, build great relationships and friendships, but some kids are playing to go to the next level and get free education. So we want to be able to help them along the way with achieving those goals. One thing that I would like for us to do as a team and for my program at South Garner is get more active in the community. So if there are opportunities for us to volunteer in any way during holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever it may be, please just let us know. Reach out to our AD, Crystal Massenberg, and she'll let me know, and we'll be there because we do want to be active in the community more. And we want to get you guys out to come support us in the winter. We play on Tuesdays and Friday nights mainly. Thank you.
So, Daniel, what can you tell us exciting?
Well, I can't follow that up, but we want to thank you guys for recognizing us. The girls fought real hard this year, and I'm very proud of them. I won't have them back with me next year because they're going on to their little higher education. They could stay if they wanted. No, I'm just playing. No. But we want to thank you guys for honoring us. The girls really did fight hard, and I really do have had two great tennis players who gave it their all out there on that court, and I'm so proud of that. Thank you.
Well, coaches, thank you so much. Let me present this proclamation to you, and do you have any participants who might like to have a photo op?
Yes, sir.
We'll bring them up to the front. Will you? Come on.
We're going to try and fit. We hope we can fit.
Bring them on. Bring them on. We'll make it.
Yeah, you need to move.
We have one more.
Good to see some.
So what else? We got 2 high schools in Garner. 3
You got everybody? All right. Ready? All right, take one.
Thank you. Another big round of applause. Oh, here comes the next squad. Bring them on in. Man, this is what I like. We got so many great presentations. We got to bring them in shifts. This is all good stuff, great stuff going on in Garner, from the schools to the gardens to the public works. This is just nothing but good news. Thank you for coming, kids. Thanks very much. And you too, coaches. Good luck.
Amazing.
I told them they could stay as long as they like. This was just right. Right answer, right answer. Well, thanks so much. And our third and final presentation of the evening, again, is very special because it's one of our town employees, one of our team members over here. And I'm going to turn the whole thing over to Paul Paget, our inspections director, who can tell us what's really going on and what this special recognition is about.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to recognize one of our staff members that received an award last month. Roy Barber, our Building Codes Inspection Supervisor, received the ICC Region 8 2024-2025 Code Official of the Year Award at their quarterly meeting last month in Asheville. Roy's been a member of our inspections department since December of 1996. He was promoted to Building Codes Inspection Supervisor in 2022. During his time, he has served in many roles within the inspection community, not just here in Garner, and he has mentored countless inspectors, including myself. Roy served on the ICC Region 8 board since 2023 and is currently serving as the chair of their education committee. ICC stands for the International Code Council, and it's the base code that our North Carolina state building codes are built on. They have 12 regional chapters, and Region 8 consists of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee. So it's a huge honor to have one of our staff members be awarded this for recognition for Code Official of the Year for 2024-2025. So thank you for the opportunity to allow me to pass this information along and help me congratulate him.
Thank you. And we would like to hear a few comments from Roy, if that's possible.
Thank you. To be the Code Official of the Year for these 4 states, I consider that a high honor. I appreciate it very much. And there's a lot of thanks and a lot of thank yous. I didn't write anything down, so if I miss anybody, I still appreciate you, but I just don't have a good memory. But first, I'd like to thank Sandy Teal, was my director for 17 years. He's a greater man than probably most of you know. And then Tony Beasley, who came in after him. Without his help, I wouldn't be a member of the ICC. And Tim Seagroves provide mentorship that I wouldn't know a lot of what I know if it wasn't for him. And special thanks to Paul Paget, our director. Without his support and help, there's no way I would have been able to accomplish this great honor. And to my wife, thank you for putting up with me for the past 40 years. She's helped me to achieve a work-life balance. She'll tell me to get off the phone with contractors. It's time to, we got to be somewhere in 15 minutes, or just different stuff. When I go out to buildings in the public, looking at the structural integrity or way to get out of the place, she says, quit inspecting, this is family time. So I really appreciate her a lot. And all the Garner staff, Kim and permitting, they cut the red tape. They go through hundreds of laws, rules, regulations, trying to get you a permit in a timely manner. And I really appreciate the board and all the management staff for approving the 3 positions, approving Doug's plan review position and the 2 supervisory positions, lead inspectors for Jacob and Laura. They have been a tremendous help to help us provide better services to the town of Garner. the contractors, and we just like to do our small part to help homeowners achieve their dream of home ownership, and to assist the building and business owners to get into their new buildings. And we just thank them very much. I want to thank my mom, dad, my 4 children, my 13 grandchildren, to help me know what's important in life. And Jimmy, he's still rocking and rolling at 82 years old. And Eugene Edwards, he just retired. He was chief electrical inspector for the city of Raleigh. He was my first job foreman at Watson Electric 41 years ago. And all the guys in the field, these guys in the field are really awesome. They got their heels dug in the sand. They're holding the line for public safety. They have about 3 to 5 seconds to make a decision on building safety. In that 3 to 5 seconds, they have to be able to recall thousands of pages of information and apply that correct piece of information at the correct time, see if that building is built safely or built according to proper construction standards. And they have, in that 3 to 5 seconds, they have to determine and see into the future if there's going to be an electrocution, explosion, a building collapse, or a fire, and if there's any action they need to take that happens. And that's it really takes a special kind of person. All our field guys, Ethan's one of our field guys, he's here, and these guys do a really awesome job. Last and most important, I want to thank Jesus. We can't do nothing without him.
Okay, hang on, yeah, round of applause. Mr. Barber, before you sit down, you're not finished. Get back up there. We might have another comment or thank you or so for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for recognizing your team that's helped lift you up through the year. I like to say that the number one function of any municipal government is public safety. That's our number one job. It's easy to think about firemen and policemen and the glory jobs. We forget that a critical part of our safety is where we live and how we live. And your job and your fellow inspectors of keeping us safe is greatly appreciated. It's equally important, not quite as glamorous. We don't make many TV shows about y'all, but you're doing a great job of keeping us safe. I'd like to pass the microphone to our council members for comments or questions they might have. Start with Mr. Matthews this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations and for what all you have done and your entire team, Paul. And but you know, one thing about Garner, I sat here tonight when I know the garden team was up here, then all the young people with sports, and here we are with town and your recognition that this town is full of winners, and I'm proud to be a part of that. So thank you again for what you've done, and just keep on keeping on. We're growing good. Congratulations.
Mr. Singleton.
Congratulations on being the Code Official of the Year, Region 8. Thank you for your many years of service. Thank everyone in the Inspections Department for what y'all do, because you're right. You stated it clearly that your number one job, they got to make a decision in just a few seconds whether to approve or disapprove an inspection. So thank you for your time and many years of service.
Thank you, Ms. Behringer.
Yes. One of my fond memories of working with Roy was when the Women's Club house on Highway 70 needed attention. And I didn't know what I was doing, and neither did any of the ladies in the club, but we called Tony Beasley, and Tony would say, I'm sending Roy over. I'm sending Roy. So we got answers to our problems. Sometimes they were no problem, and that was great. And sometimes they were big problems. But Roy, I wanted to let you know that year before last, we got that building designated as on the National Historic Registry, and that was in part due to what you and Tony and the Inspection Department led us through in getting that building deemed safe. Thank you.
Mr. Dellinger.
Congratulations on being recognized for the great work you do all the time, and it's good to see the crew here, see you guys, but we appreciate the work you all do every day, and we always want to be supportive of anything you need, because it is public safety first, and we appreciate your commitment to that.
Mr. Barber, congratulations on this high achievement, and thank you for all the hard work of yourself and of the team as a whole.
Now, aren't you glad you stuck around?
Yeah. Now, I knew I was going to forget somebody, but since they're sitting right in front of me, I want to take a couple more seconds, say some more thank yous. Mr. Hodges has been very instrumental in trying to make sure that the inspections gets what we need and what we do, and appreciate Ms. Miller very much for her leadership, and also you guys in front of us. We thank the council because y'all make it all happen.
Okay, thank you. Big round of applause. Mr. Bailey. Do we have a photo op here? Do we have a photo op? Okay, we can't miss a photo op. Get Paul up here at least.
Cuddle up.
Probably 2 rows. Or, well, let me just see if I can do this. Oh, yeah. Ready, y'all take one.
Hold on.
Back in place.
Reconvene. Okay, look happy again. Now, back to the rest of the business. That was all the fun part. The rest of it will be fun, but not quite as much fun as recognizing the great members of our community who day after day continue to contribute in so many ways. Okay, and now we'll try to get back onto our agenda here. We adopted the agenda, we had the presentations. We're going to move back now to petitions and comments. And I'll ask the town attorney if anyone has signed up to speak.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 individuals who have signed up to speak. The first one is Mike Caudill.
Okay, and as Mike makes his way to the podium here, I'm going to read out this little disclaimer that we read every time to explain exactly what this is. This portion of the meeting is to receive comments from the public on items not included in this agenda regarding matters germane to town policies or business or subjects within the town council's real or apparent jurisdiction. Individuals or group spokespersons must sign up with the town clerk prior to the start of the meeting. The council is interested in hearing your concerns, but will not take action or deliberate on the subject matter brought up during the petition and comments segment. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for a future agenda. And we've recognized the first person who signed up, and we do have our little 3-minute timer. We don't open a trap door at the end of 3 minutes, but we start getting very nervous if you go over to 3 minutes. Okay, so it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mike Caudill. I live at 116 Oldfield Lane, Garner, and I have been a Garner resident for 27 years. I am here tonight representing the nonprofit Garner Sports League, also known as GSL. Our current mailing address is 1220 Timber Drive East, Box 1029, Garner. I currently serve as the vice president for GSL. I'm now in my 20th year of coaching with GSL and entering my 13th year of serving on the board. Our board and coaches are all volunteers. Our offerings started with softball and have grown to include a thriving baseball program and flag football program. GSL positively impacts the youth of our community through sports, where they make new friends and create lifelong memories. Sports means a lot to these kids. Several of the girls on the state champion Garner High School softball team started their softball career with GSL when they were younger. This spring, we have 219 kids ages 3 to 15 playing recreational baseball and softball with us. 1/4 of our rec players this spring are female, and just under 80% of our rec participants come from the Garner zip codes. At the April 1st council meeting, Bryce Owens from GBI expressed some concerns over fields. We agree that there's simply not enough appropriate baseball and softball field space available in Garner. If the town were to cut in a larger infield on both Creech Road Park and Mark Massey Field to accommodate 90-foot bases, it would offer more flexibility with fields that can handle older age groups without having to take space from GSL. Even though GSL has had a productive 34-year partnership with the town, recently the town gave a 90-day notice of termination of that agreement, just days before our opening day for the spring that a couple of you were able to attend. We do not know if there will be any space at all for us to continue to offer our programs to those in the Garner community that make a conscious choice to play with GSL. It was a mischaracterization when it was stated that we use fields like GRP1 however we see fit. We simply work with what we have available to us. We put age groups on available fields that also balances the time of use for our younger age groups, optimizes for umpire scheduling, simplifies volunteer staffing needs, puts older kids on the appropriately sized larger fields, and shares field space with the 9 travel softball teams of the Garner Elite Softball Organization. GBI has sole use of their own 4 privately owned fields, along with the ability to use Creech Road Park, North Garner Middle School, and 3 field nights between South Garner 3 and GRP 1. We ask you to continue to support GSL and do not throw away 34 years of partnership and countless future years. Renew the agreement with our league. Our participants and their families are not less important than other families participating in other program partner organizations. Our families are happy, and many do not want to play elsewhere. They want alternatives to some of the other local and regional offerings. Help all of us by making some badly needed modifications to existing fields to accommodate older age groups. While we have met with Maria, Zach, and Jack over the past 9 months, I do not understand the apparent lack of desire to continue to partner with GSL. The newly announced field request process already cuts around 20% of any field space we have historically had available to us, and now GBI wants to take nights from us on GRP1 as well. We have also been told to vacate the premises of South Garner Park concession stand. We will do so, but that will also increase our costs as we find other locations to store our equipment. GSL is interested in continuing to cooperatively partner with the town to meet the needs of the children in our community. Help us to help you and the Garner community continue to offer a wide variety of sports programs for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and the great way that you delivered them. As I mentioned in this little prologue, we will not be taking action or deliberating tonight, but what we will be doing is referring this to the appropriate town officials for further consideration. I think I can speak for our town manager and assistant town managers. You should expect some contact this week from our administrative staff to talk about the issues that you raised. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to request staff to send us a copy of the agreement that's being terminated and any related emails to the town council. We're doing this, we need to be aware of it because they're coming to us and asking us to help. So we need to be part of the conversation, okay? I want this very clear. Don't leave anything out. Show us the termination and explain why you're doing it. And explain why, if there's been a request to lengthen South Garner 1 and GBR 1 to 90 feet, why that request is going to be made or is not going to be made.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, do we have anyone else signed up to speak tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the second speaker is Karen Gall.
Karen Gall, if you would come to the podium and introduce yourself, name and address.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Gall. Address is 1600 South Wade Avenue. I'm a licensed therapist. I work for Wake Med Hospital and also I'm in private practice at ThriveWorks. And I'm here to speak on affordable housing in the Garner community. Regardless of economic status or where we live, we should all be able to live and age with economic security and in accessible, affordable, age-friendly housing. Nearly 5 million older Americans live on less than $1,000 a month, and over 8 million seniors live in poverty. Older adults are at the epicenter of the national housing affordability and homeless crisis. More than a third of adults experiencing homelessness are people aged 55 and older. We see this a lot in the hospitals, that we are seeing that older adults are having more and more difficulty having affordable housing. The rising housing costs have outpaced incomes in the United States for at least the last 3 decades. Older adults are growing rapidly, the population, but housing costs are a greater financial burden for older adults than in working age adults. Incomes fall after retirement, and most older adults depend on fixed sources for their incomes. Of older adults, 65% derive the majority of their income, and 1/3 derive more than 90% of their income from Social Security, making it difficult to adapt financially when housing costs rise. Moving to a lower cost housing unit is more difficult and leads to greater insecurity in housing. A lot of times, older adults have paid off their mortgages. However, keeping up with the costs of necessary maintenance, such as a roof, plumbing repairs, heating and cooling systems, often create difficulty with faulty appliances that cause difficulty for an older adult. Overall, 26% of homeowners over age 65 are cost burdened, which is a greater fraction than any other age group except those under age 25. Older homeowners who fall behind on their mortgage payments risk foreclosure and the loss of their homes. Homeowners age 75 and older have had the highest foreclosure rates of any age group. Older Black and Hispanic homeowners are significantly less likely than whites to have paid off their mortgages. 21.5% of adults age 65 and over have rented their primary residence, and over half, 54% of renters aged 65 and over, are cost burdened. Lifelong renters are vulnerable because they're subject to rising rents, and unlike homeowners, have few protections from rising housing costs. So I'd like to ask that the town of Garner continue to keep this in mind as we're looking at affordable housing, that we look at protecting older tenants, we look at rental assistance programs, we look at funding for housing, and look at creating partnerships with landlords to have relationships to protect our senior citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You make a lot of important points on a very critical topic. It's a broad spectrum of issues involved. Thank you for the information you brought us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And were there any other people signed up to speak?
No.
Okay, thank you. We will move back to our regular agenda. The next item is the consent agenda. These are items that have been placed on here by staff that have been reviewed by staff and by council members in some level of detail. We tend to address them all as a block here in the consent agenda, unless some council member sees an item they would like to remove from the consent agenda for further detailed discussion. Do we see any items that need to be removed? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vance, second by Ms. Behringer. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no? That passes unanimously. And now we'll move along to the next portion of this evening, and we have several public hearings here to deal with. The first one concerns the voluntary satellite annexation petition related to the Garner 6 Industrial, and our presenter is our planning director, Jeff Triesenberg. Jeff, what can you tell us about this petition?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yes, tonight I have 2 annexations for you. The first one, as you noted, is a voluntary satellite annexation for a project that has been recently before you, so you should be familiar with it. It is the Garner 6 Industrial property out on Guy Road. And I have the wrong thing highlighted, my mistake. There we go. So the case number is ANX 25001. You can see there corporate limits coming down 70, particularly on the north side, not far away, kind of just a hop, skip, and a jump there over the intersection. The property is 33.62 acres. We do have an ordinance for you, should you desire to adopt it. As usual, since they are connecting to both public water and sewer, they were required to petition for annexation. That prepared ordinance for you is 2025-5328, and I believe Mr. Andrew Patterson is here if you have any questions for him on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Will the applicant be making a presentation? Okay. And Mr. Treesburg, would you refresh our memory at what process this particular project has been through so far as relates to council, planning commission, et cetera?
Yes, this went through as CZ 24005, so it was a Tier 1 conditional rezoning.
Okay. Okay, and this is the public hearing related to the annexation. The rezoning has already been approved by council, recommended by the planning commission, and then the final approval from the council. So we've seen this a few times.
That is correct.
And this is the final kind of step to complete the annexation. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's recognize any council members who might want to ask questions of Mr. Treesenberg or the applicant. And let's start with Mr. Vance this time for questions or comments.
I do not have any questions.
Hey, Mr. Dellinger.
Just a clarification on, so the ANX 2506 is not on our agenda tonight.
Let's see.
That's on to be set for a public hearing.
Oh, that's in the consent agenda for the public hearing? Oh, okay. I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Behringer?
No questions.
Mr. Singleton?
No, sir.
Mr. Matthews? Okay, no other questions. Let's see, were there any individuals who had signed up to speak?
No one has signed up from the public to speak on this public hearing.
Okay, that being the case, then we will close the public hearing and we will ask council members for a motion and a second to adopt this ordinance related to this particular project's annexation. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the ordinance 2025-5328.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Vance, second by Mr. Matthews. Is there any more discussion or dialogue on this particular annexation? Okay, like I say, we have looked at it several times in detail, this kind of a final detail. That being said, then I will ask that we repeat the motion, and we'll be prepared to take a vote.
Repeat. I move the adoption of ordinance 2025-5328.
Okay, it was made, the motion is seconded. I'm now going to ask for all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. So thank you very much, Mr. Treesenberg. And while you're there, why don't we move along to public hearing number 2, which is the voluntary annexation petition related to Mahler's Creek, which I believe has been through a similar process of rezoning and scrutiny in public hearings. And this is the final public hearing. This is the public hearing on the annexation. Mr. Treesenberg.
Correct. Yes, so the second case, annexation case for you tonight is a contiguous request for part of the Mahler's Creek proposed subdivision, which you approved back on March 19th of 2024. Part of the property is already in the town limits. What was originally at one time going to be part of the a future phase of the Everwood subdivision. So this is for the balance of the property that will comprise Mahler's Creek. You can see the area there. Again, adjacent to quite a bit of corporate town limits. Here's the Evolve Drive, the Bojangles site that we annexed the other day, not yet shaded. The map was produced before that was updated. But you see there, here's the Everwood subdivision and the part of Mahler's Creek that is already in. So this is a balance of 63.82 acres. Again, we have an ordinance proposed for you, should you choose to adopt the annexation, 2025-5329. And I believe we either have, possibly both, Mr. Chris Bowley with Lennar and Nick Williamson with McAdams. But there are representatives here from the applicant if you have questions for them. If you will recall, this was a project that was somewhat similar to a Tier 2 rezoning, but it started several years ago before we adopted the new UDO. But it did go through as a type of conditional rezoning with a master plan. There were a considerable number of conditions imposed, agreed to as part of that process to ensure that the homes were very similar to what you see next door in the Everwood subdivision. For instance, one particular thing that I do recall, these homes will be built on crawl spaces, which is something that we don't always see. But they will also be hardy plank sided and have multiple materials on the exterior, so fairly high quality. But if you do have any questions, the applicant's representatives are here as well.
Thank you for the excellent information, Mr. Triesenberg. I'm glad that the applicant is here in case the council members have some further questions. And I'll start with Mr. Matthews and see what questions council members might have.
Nothing this time.
Mr. Singleton?
No, sir.
Ms. Behringer? Mr. Dellinger?
No, just a comment that in my recollection of this project is there was a lot of back and forth with council and also the residents, and I think it ended up being a better project than it was when it started, especially with some of the connecting roads. And so just appreciative of that back and forth to make a better project.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
No questions.
No questions. Okay, were there any individuals signed up to speak on this topic?
No one signed up for this public hearing.
Okay, that being the case then, no more questions and no one to speak, we will close the public hearing. I'll now ask council members, is there a motion to approve this ordinance?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2025-5329.
Second.
As a motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Mr. Vance. And now, once again, we have an opportunity for any discussion. If there's any other questions or comments or discussion, hearing none, we'll move ahead to take a voice vote on this. All in favor of adopting this ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, this passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Triesenberg. Are you sure you want to sit down? You sure? You sure? Okay. Okay. Our third one on the public hearing tonight is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning request that's coming related to the Renmore Pines project, and our presenter will be the Assistant Planning Director, Aaron Joseph.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Joseph, what can you tell us about this project?
Yes, sir. I'll do my best to give you all the important details. All right. Good afternoon, council members and members of the public. It's good to see everyone this evening. As the mayor stated, I will present KCZMP 24-004, also known as Renmore Pines. This is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning request. It has been submitted by Worth Mills of Longleaf Law Partners on behalf of the property owners. The request consists of 25.68 acres to rezone from residential 2 to residential 8 conditional. The request includes 75 single-family detached units and 12 single-family attached units or townhomes. The site is located within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town, and it's generally located at the northeast corner of New Bethel Church Road and Clifford Road. Provide some background on the current zoning district. R2 is intended for low-density single-family homes. It encourages high-quality development and open space protection. Currently, the site is vacant, and it does have it's 2 lots, and so one lot is vacant, the other has a single-family detached home on it. The site is located within the Lower Swift Creek Conservation Overlay District, which limits the impervious surface for residential and multifamily development. Within the area, you have a mix of R2, R4 conditional, and R4 surrounding the site. However, the area is undergoing increased development with several residential projects either under construction or in review with town staff. The site is not located within an activity center. The closest activity centers will be found to the northeast at White Oak, and then in the southwestern corner here at Benson Road. Again, this area of the community consists of a mixture of vacant tracts, single-family neighborhoods, and a few remaining agricultural tracts. And since 2015, there has been a transition from the low-density rural agricultural uses to more of a suburban developments and densities. The rezoning request, again, it's residential 8, conditional. The applicant has narrowed the list of permitted uses to 2 out of a possible 18. It includes single-family detached and townhomes, 3 to 4 units per structure. And collectively, there's a maximum of 87 dwelling units proposed. 16 would include a 60-foot wide front-loaded lots. 36 would be 45 foot wide front-loaded lots. 23 would be 45 foot wide rear-loaded, and 12 26-foot wide front-loaded townhomes. In addition to the narrowed list of permitted uses, the applicant has also proffered several conditions that address site design, open activation of open space, and architectural design commitments. And I'll go through the conditions for us this evening. They are committing to a maximum residential density of 87 total dwelling units. That equates to about 3.4 units per acre. And there will be no more than 12 townhomes shall be permitted within the development. They're committing to utilize warm season grasses only. Street widths will include Public Street A and Public Street B, as shown on the master plan, of at least 50-foot right-of-way width and 29 feet of back-of-curb width. There will be at least 6 of the 45 rear-loaded lot with single-family detached homes that shall front the open space, also seen on the conceptual plan. And I have a bigger image of the master plan to show you, but this is the area that's referenced on that condition. There also are included 4 on-street parking spaces that are directly adjacent to active open space 2. It says 1, but it's actually 2 here. Oops. Right here. I'm sorry. With regards to pedestrian connection to Clifford Road, the development shall include and provide 2 pedestrian-only connections to Clifford Road. These connections shall be at least 5 feet wide and constructed of asphalt, concrete, or permeable pavers. The detached single-family units, there will be no front elevations of the same, and that's in its form and not just its finishes, on 2 adjacent buildings directly across the street. Continuation of this condition. The development shall submit documentation during building permit review for this condition. Regarding the townhomes, the buildings of 3 to 4 units shall have a minimum of 2 distinct elevations. Also, buildings with pitch roofs for the townhomes, buildings with pitch roofs shall feature a break in the front-facing slope or roof peak, such as gable, dormer, chimney, or cupola, etc., and a minimum of 2 changes for buildings of 4 units or less. Also, will have a varied color palette shall be utilized on all detached single-family dwelling units and the townhomes throughout this subdivision. And the townhomes color palette shall differ for all units within a single townhouse building. And Condition 13 references covered front porches and stoops. And so the 60-foot front-loaded and 45 wide front-loaded lots will include a covered front porch or stoop, and the size of that porch will be 8 feet by 4 feet. Now, the 45 wide rear-loaded lots shall also include a covered front porch or stoop or a recessed entry door, and the minimum dimension for that will be 5 feet by 4 feet. The entry areas all will include either a side light, transom windows, craftsman style paneling, or glazing in the door. For the townhomes, the rear loaded lots will also include a back porch of at least 9 feet wide and 10 feet in depth. Now, for the townhomes, the minimum dimension for front porches and stoops will be 5 feet by 6 feet. Within this subdivision, all dwelling units will include 2-car garages with a minimum dimensions of 20 feet by 20 feet in width and length. And the garage doors will include at least decorative details or carriage-style adornments. Any front facade that includes columns shall include decorative elements on the column. They have a commitment to building materials. All dwelling units, both single-family detached and townhomes, shall incorporate at least 2 of the following building materials in the front facade: cementitious lap siding, board and batten siding, shake and shingle siding, wood siding, stone or synthetic stone, brick, stucco, vinyl, and that will only be for windows, shutters, and PVC solid trim boards inside and outside corners, and decorative elements. The front facade windows shall be treated with 1 or more of the following architectural elements: 1 inch by 4 inch window wrap, shutters, window pediments, recessed windows, and side and or front window box bays. Vinyl is not permitted as a building siding material. Condition 21 reference the street buffer. And so along New Bethel Church Road and Clifford Road frontages, the development shall elect 1 or more of the following planting schedules, except where existing utility easements or proposed site distance triangle easements preclude. Where either existing utility easements or proposed site distance triangles preclude the planting schedules listed below, the development shall reserve the right to petition for a lesser planting in accordance with the Unified Development Ordinance. The proposed berm, as described in Condition 24, shall be incorporated within the Clifford Road street buffer. Regarding the open space activation, there are 3 areas identified on the master plan for active open space. So they've identified active open space 1 on the north and south side of Street B, and this shall be designated as a common green. The north side shall include a 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk, and it shall connect to the external pedestrian network to the internal pedestrian network. There will be landscaping, seating, pollinator gardens, and bicycle parking. The south side of active open space 1 will include a 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk spanning from Street B to the public alley. And this will connect also with the cottage homes fronting on the common green. And this area will include an outdoor conversation pit with seating, decorative lighting, and maintain lawn play areas. In active open space 2, it will be connected by a pedestrian network and by internal public sidewalks that will be 6 feet wide concrete material. And it will connect directly to the common green. The active open space 2 shall include a playground with a play set for up to 34 children between the ages of 2 and 12 years old. Would also include landscaping, seating, tables, and bicycle parking. And within active open space 3, and again, it will have a concrete 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk spanning from Street E to Clifford Road. And this open space area will include a fitness park with maintained play lawn area, exercise stations, a trellis bench swing, and bicycle parking. And passive open space area 1 is a natural area, and it's containing Neuse River riparian buffers, wetlands, and tree preservation areas. Condition 24, and the last one, thank you for bearing with me as I go through all of them. This condition relates to a commitment to a berm between lots 5 through 23, and also along lots 41, 40, and 43, as well as open space number 3 and the Clifford right-of-way as shown on the master plan. The berm shall be at least 4 feet in height with a maximum of a slope of 2 to 1. The proposed berm shall allow for the pedestrian and vehicular access to Clifford Road as shown on the master plan, and address any site distance triangle easements as required by the town or NCDOT. And for those sections of the proposed berm behind lots 22 and 23, this condition is contingent on Duke Energy's consent to relocate the power poles within the power line easement, and it's recorded in the Wake County Register of Deeds. If Duke Energy refuses to allow the relocation of said power poles, then this condition shall be null and void as to the section of berm behind lots 22 and 23. And I will note as well, I will be remiss to note that this site is located within the White Oak Bryan Road corridor impact area. And so we've spoken with the applicant to proffer a condition with a commitment to a contribution for that White Oak Bryan Road corridor impact area. So there will be a revision pertaining to that. And this is the master plan that the applicant has proposed. I've highlighted the areas so that you can see the general layout of where the lots are and the different lot sizes. So they have the 45 foot wide front loaded lots that are here in this tan color, and then you have the larger lot, the 60-foot wide front loaded. You have the townhomes down here, the 26 front loaded, 26-foot wide front loaded, and then the rear loaded product, the cottages that are 45 foot in width and rear loaded. This is active open space 1, and then you have the active space 2, and this is where the playground area equipment will be, and then this is the active space open 3, where you have the fitness lawn and the fitness equipment. There's one storm water control measure, a wet pond located here. This area includes the conservation open space area with the tree preservation area and also conservation area. They do have buffers. This is a 45 foot type C buffer that backs up to the existing Harper's Landing subdivision. And this is the area starting about here at lot 5 going down to about lot 23 is where the proposed berm is, and also on this section of Clifford Road. There will be two access areas. This is a right in, right out on New Bethel Church Road, and then a full movement access point on Clifford Road. Just to, again, sum up the master plan details, 25.68 acres, total of 87 lots. 75 will be single-family home detached with varying sizes between 45 and 60 feet in width, and 23 45-foot wide rear-loaded lots and 12 front-loaded townhomes that are 26 feet in width. The proposal requires 2.5 acres of open space. They have provided, I believe, 3.8 acres of open space. 25% must be active, and that equates to about 1.6 acres of open space. And so you have between the recreation and the conservation of the open space. This site is not within a watershed protection area, but it is still subject to water quality and quantity requirements. There will include one stormwater control measure, a wet pond, and the site will connect to City of Raleigh water and sewer. And so you do have existing 16-inch water lines that run down Clifford Road and New Bethel Church Road, and then an 8-inch sewer line that will connect from Harper's Landing. Now, a traffic impact analysis was completed in June of 2024. This was based on an early assumption of a maximum of 130 dwelling units. I will note that the initial application for this request consisted of 121 lots. They have further reduce that to 87 lots. And so the applicant is here and they can speak to updating their TIA to reflect the lower number of units. But based upon those early assumptions of 130 dwelling units, this subdivision was expected to generate 1,114 trips on an average weekday. There were 20 trips in during the peak hour and 58 trips during during the AM peak hour. And during the PM peak hour, there were 61 trips in and 38 trips out. This figure to your left on the screen shows the 2029 future build out lane configuration and NCDOT recommendation. So you have site access 1 here. This is where the recommended left turn lane in with 100 feet of storage, and then the site access 2 along New Bethel Church Road with the right turn lane in with 50 feet of storage. And again, this TIA will be updated to reflect the reduced lot size that will correlate with the Bryan Road and White Oak corridor impact to determine what that contribution will look like being in that corridor impact area. Now, this is some information that our planning director, Jeff Triesenberg, has put together to give a sort of analysis of this southern area, this area that's experiencing this development. You've seen this information in previous rezoning requests, I believe Bethel Green as well as Homestead at Bryan Farm. So it just gives you just some details about the adequacy of the future road network. And so it was generated based off of high-level comprehensive planning work that was noted for this area that recommended a density of 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And staff also tested the ITE trip estimates and that they were found to be consistent with locally available data. And this focus analysis on build out of dwelling units using either Hebron Church Road or New Bethel Church Road as primary access, but it did not include Ackerman or Bryan Road. And so for capacity of 4,300 more trips beyond this project and others in planning. And so that would include a build out of south of Clifford and Guy Roads, and should have a travelway capacity so long as densities do not exceed current average. And so the area in the map that is outlined in red, it shows roughly the nearest point of exit and entry via New Bethel Church Road at 50 or at Hebron Church Road at White Oak. So that's highlighted here in the red dots and the green dots. So this is the Hebron Church Road at White Oak. And then this is at, let's see. New Bethel Church Road and 50. And then you have here White Oak and Bryan Road, and then White Oak and Ackerman Road. So with this travelway capacity analysis, this was not an intersection or level of service analysis. It is another data point to check sort of where the town is with development and traffic generation in this area. 10% was taken off the top of the capacity for 36,000 trips. And existing in this pie graph at 35% is as of September 2023, with nearly 2,000 built dwelling units in the study area. There's a historical 7.5% vacancy rate that was applied to this analysis. 8.04 trips per dwelling unit suggests that Garner trip generation is a little over the national ITI rates. The 8.04 includes external high school traffic. And the ITI traffic generation rates applied to approved and in-planning projects. And in-planning includes the Bethel Green, Homestead, and Clifford towns. So further, the remaining largely unbuilt areas that you can see on the map here kind of give you what may come along in the future. The end of Wren Road, there are tracks that are undeveloped. Gentle Rain Road, just can't see it on that, but just in this area. The end of New Bethel Church, east of 40, which likely would be well and septic. Bryan Lands that are south side of New Bethel, and Starks Land was east of Hebron Church Road. And redevelopment, are there considerations for that at Oregon Trail or JS Buffalo Estate near Oregon Trail and Wind Road area? There were no significant or environmental cultural features at this site. Again, this site is located within the Lower Swift Creek Management Area, which limits the residential development to 30% built upon area and limits multifamily, which includes townhomes, to 50% built upon area. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings. One was conducted last year in May, and the second was conducted this year in March. The first meeting, there were 15 attendees, and the second meeting, there were 10 people in attendance. You do have that information in your agenda packet. In relation to the comprehensive land use plan, our Garner Forward plan, with looking at the framework, this site does not fall within an activity center. It does have a land character type for neighborhoods, and the development intensity is an area to strengthen. Staff conducted an analysis of the request and determined that 17 growth framework criteria to be evaluated. 16 were strongly consistent, and there was one modestly consistent, and that was just related to the transportation choices of auto, bike, and pedestrian. Reviewing the land use and community character consistency, there were 29 criteria that were evaluated and determined to be applicable or possible to meaningfully address. And so in looking at that, to sum it up, with the applicant exploring the use of open space for creating a stronger central focal point to the neighborhood and a stronger connectivity to the trail network. With those adjustments that they've done, as we said, they did make some adjustments from their first submittal and to the what you see before you today. So with those adjustments of focusing that open space network and a better trail connectivity within the site, speaks more directly to recommendations of the comprehensive plan. There was only one strong non-support, and that was due to the lack of a commitment to Green Street solutions. And so there's always opportunity for improvement. And so believe that with some continued fine tuning in response to this evaluation tool, additional public input, staff certainly can support an even stronger overall finding of consistency. And you do have that analysis as well, that full analysis. So that concludes my presentation. The next steps would be to finish conducting and close the public hearing. If the council determines that this case is ready to be reviewed for the Planning Commission, then it can be moved forward to Planning Commission for findings of consistency and recommendation of approval or denial, and then back to Town Council for findings of reasonableness and a decision to approve or deny. I'll be on standby, of course, for any questions. Mr. Triesenberg is on standby as well. If you have any questions, particularly about the analysis that was created for the broader impact of the traffic and development. And the applicant is here as well. They have provided a presentation, and I will turn it over to them if there aren't any questions for me at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. That was a lot of information about a complex project that clearly you and your team have spent a lot of time working on.
Yes,
So
sir.
thanks for that information there. And we can hear from the applicant and then have a round, or do you have some questions specifically
Yeah,
for Ms.
well,
Joseph?
it's fresh.
Okay, well, let's
everyone's
start with
mind.
Mr. Vance and work our way down and see if there's what questions we have from Ms. Joseph. Questions from Mr.
No questions at this
Mr.
time.
Dellinger, please go ahead.
So I've questions about the traffic analysis because there are only two ways in and out of Southeast Garner, New Bethel Church Road and White Oak Road. And the analysis is done is sort of like there are two doors out of this room, and we're measuring how fast and how clogged up the aisles are, when really there are only two ways out of the room. And I'm looking on page 109 of our packet, and it says accepting the traffic generation rates is reasonable. Staff then looked at the theoretical capacity of the primary two entrances in and out of Southeast Garner, being Hebron Church Road at White Oak Road and New Bethel Church Road at 50. And it says this theoretical capacity for the two roads together would be 36,000 trips. So it says this is the anticipated point at which the roads would cross the threshold from D and E to F. Just to be conservative, staff chose to adjust the thresholds down by 10% instead of 32. 36 divided by 2 is 18,000. If that's the capacity of 50 and White Oak, Highway 50 just past Rand is at 24.5, and around where the new Bojangles is 21,000. White Oak between 70 and Timbers at 35,000, but that's 4 lanes. But when I went to the DOT website and measured, they had accurate traffic counts as of 2023 at Hebron Church at White Oak, Ackerman at White Oak, and Bryan Road at White Oak. Those totals were respectively 6,700, 2,600, and 2,500. So that's almost 12,000 trips that are going onto White Oak. That's not even counting the traffic that's already on White Oak. And that's over the capacity for, it's the future build out of White Oak is center lane. It doesn't have all those center lanes. So its capacity is 2 lane, which is 10,000. That tells me the capacity of White Oak is already way over its capacity by what's there in 2023. Now add in what's been built from 2023 to 2025 in the fastest part of Garner, there's probably another 1,000 trips, probably more than 1,000 trips. It's eight trips per home. So we bet 300 homes. I mean, I'm a little dubious on the analysis of the traffic in that part of Garner when, one, Highway 50 is not gonna, there's no plan for Highway 50 to be improved along that stretch. I've not seen a DOT plan or White Oak. It's in our transportation plan, but I'm not seeing money here or money on DOT to widen those roads. White Oak already feeds into the worst traffic nightmares in Garner over around White Oak Shopping Center. So we got to do more on the numbers and looking on ways to get out. It's hard to get out of there now. So I just want a little more analysis on the traffic. And again, I'm glad that DOT finally has numbers for New Bethel and those others. They didn't have them a couple years ago. But we know how many homes have been built down there. So theoretically, we can add in the number of trips that have come on in 2 more years of build out down there. We can pull the number of permits, and that's many homes, add to 8 trips. But that's all background for this project. So I think we need to revisit some of the assumptions on that part of Garner.
Okay.
And not pay so much attention to the traffic generation on Clifford Road and Bryan Road, but those main arteries getting in and out. And again, that becomes a public safety issue when you only have 2 entrances in and out, traffic's backed up, people. So it's not just an inconvenience. And I know there's probably plans for some mini fire station out there or something. No. Conceptually, that's a location for a satellite station. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The fire station location study determined the need around the New Bethel corridor for Station 6.
So, and I don't know what the status of the analysis is for the land availability for that, but that's also a consideration, is there's not that much land available out there to be had for that, such a facility. So that's all I'll say about the traffic. I think we need to go back and fix our Southeast Garner impacts a little bit.
Understood.
That's
Thank
all.
you.
Was there a specific question you'd like to ask?
It wasn't a specific, observations and a request to recalculate some of these numbers based on DOT's numbers and the actual traffic flows onto the only 2 ways in and out of South Garner.
Okay, do you understand the request? Is that something that you could look into?
Yes, and I was just confirmed with Jeff. The reason why it didn't, what that analysis was a bit beyond what the scope of analysis that staff could conduct. So, I'll definitely take what you said and confer with Jeff and staff and see how we can address your specific comments on that. And
like I said, I'd recommend updating, because the DOT's updated some of their numbers on their daily trip map.
Yes.
So combining that information with the knowledge we have of what's been built out in 2 years, we should be able to get even more updated flows on those 2 arteries.
Right.
That's where the people come in here. Bryan Road is a problem. I know we're going to fix it with a light, but that's not going to fix the problem. It's just going to make it more tolerable for them to be able to actually get out without getting hit or sitting there for 10 minutes. So a little more work on that. And
thank you.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. Understood.
Thank
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you,
Good
Mayor.
questions, good observations. We can't forget the total impact. We can look at a road at a time, but we have to look at the entire southeast Garner area, as you say. Ms. Behringer?
No question.
Mr. Singleton, questions of Ms. Joseph?
Well, just to point out, we had a memorandum sent to us by staff. I don't have a date on it. It's been some time back. And basically, they copy and pasted that into here. as I've got here, this is 2 or 3 years old. It's at least, it's got to be a year and a half old because it talks about it in September of 2023, which is the last paragraph stated on here. So I was reading the paragraphs and we just copy and pasted and put the same thing in here. So
And
I've been carrying, that's
updated
that
the
information,
numbers.
so it's been studied, it hadn't been updated because this is a year and a half old, so that information hadn't been updated because I have it here, which has been sitting in my briefcase. I just wanted to make sure that we're updating stuff because it's been copy and pasted. I mean, I got the exact, same information sitting right here. So I just,
The numbers in that section that
are the same as it was a year
are
and a half ago.
updated. Not the text, too much of the text was
Yeah.
updated, but the numbers were.
Yeah, let me help Aaron clarify. So when I presented that study to you the very first time, we specifically noted that we were not studying Benson Road and White Oak because they're influenced by outside sources, traffic from way beyond what we control. The only purpose of doing that study was to analyze New Bethel and Hebron Church. So the numbers on Hebron Church and New Bethel, I don't believe those have changed. The numbers on White Oak and Benson have changed, but not on New Bethel. We don't have new data for those roads yet. So we updated the numbers as far as what development has come through and how much capacity those two roads still have left. But we've never looked at White Oak and Benson because there was a presupposition in our minds that those roads have both been way over capacity for 30 years because there's traffic coming from Johnston and Harnett and whatever. So we kind of put that question aside. We're happy to try to take another look at it and see what we can come up with, but that was not the intent of the original study. So just wanted to clarify and kind of bring that full circle.
For Gray, so I went and looked at the updated numbers from DOT on New Bethel, and they were 6,300. So if you do that calculation out, 8 trips per new home, 462 new homes would be built to max out the capacity of New Bethel. So the question is, have we built that many already? Or how many are they in the pipeline to be built on things we've already approved? We've got some massive projects down there. So my point is, with what we've already approved, if it were built out, we'd be over capacity on New Bethel and probably Hebron Church, but it has, again, the internal roads don't matter as much because they're all going to one place. I will also note, another reason they have so many trip generations out there is no commercial down there. You have to you have to get out of your car, get out of your house and out of that whole neighborhood to get a coffee. So that's another reason the trip generation is so high. So I think, again, we need to look at the analysis again, with DOT's updated numbers, what we've built out since then, what's left to be built. And I'm not a betting person, but I'm betting there's no capacity left on those roads.
Well, we'll go through and check them again, but we have that all broken out in the spreadsheet, so I'm fairly confident in our numbers, but we'll definitely go back and check between now and Planning Commission.
Okay, excellent point. Mr. Singleton, did you get your questions in that you?
Just to point out, this information is, when they're consistent, it's the same information. Like I say, it's just been plugged into this presentation. So I'll copy this one off and date it, so I'll have the date on this one. But anyway, that's just following up with Mr. Dellinger, that whatever happens, the level of service at the intersections are all going to fall to F. I think we realize that. All right, thank you for now. I will have a question for the applicant when they get up, I believe.
Okay, very good. Mr. Matthews, questions for staff?
Nothing, not this time.
Okay. If no more questions from staff, we can always come back to that. Let's hear the presentation from our applicant, if we may. If you would introduce yourself, please, and proceed.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of Town Council, Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of D.R. Horton, who will be the ultimate builder on this site. Joining me this evening is Madison Lee with D.R. Horton, Ben Williams with Priest Craven and Associates, and Tucker Full with McAdams Engineering, who is part of their traffic engineering team and who can speak to our TIA this evening. First, I just want to say what a comprehensive presentation that was from Ms. Joseph. So in the interest of time, if there are things in this presentation that are duplicative, I will not repeat them or do my best to move them along, but we'll share some updated information or things that maybe we didn't cover as much. So the purpose of this rezoning and really the overarching goal, I think, is to create a community that has different housing types to meet the needs of different members of Garner's community, whether that is someone who is looking to downsize in their later years and doesn't want to have a second floor, whether that's somebody who's looking for a starter home, or whether it's somebody just got a big promotion and they want to live on the biggest house in the block. We want to have a little something for everybody and make it a place where multiple groups of people feel like they can live and enjoy it. Here's a look at the site from Clifford Road. Here's a look at the site from New Bethel Church Road. Covered current zoning. I did want to touch on the character typology map and just our consistency with that. As mentioned, this is designated as neighborhoods, and that designation recommends a mix of housing types, anything from single family detached to apartment units, recommends different types of homes within a single development, and a comprehensive and connected open space network throughout the site, and it's primarily residential in nature. I think, as you saw in the previous presentation, we are providing both townhomes as well as a variety of different types of single-family detached homes, whether that's front-loaded, rear-loaded, or depending on the different lot widths and the different type of single-family detached home you might want. So I think we're doing a great job to further our consistency with the character typology map. And then as it relates to the development and intensity change map, this is an area to strengthen, which, as you all know, essentially says we're on the right track with what we're doing in this area. We like what we're seeing, and we want to create new development that is in line with what we have on the ground today. And what you see in this part of Garner is primarily single-family homes. There are varying sizes of single-family homes in this area. There are a few townhome projects as well, specifically over to our west. There are some newer townhomes that have been built. And so again, with our project, which is 75 single-family homes and 12 townhomes, we think we're doing a good job of adhering to the proportions and the types of houses that are found in the area today as well. I did want to show you our initial proposed layout and really just wanted to show this to demonstrate the changes that we've made since we first submitted our presentation. A lot more townhomes and really one single style of single-family home, single-family detached. And there were 4 primary concerns that we heard from neighbors at our first neighborhood meeting, as well as from individual town council members when we presented the concept plan to them and received feedback. And those comments are pretty much grouped into 4 categories. So ensuring that the project will be adequately parked by reducing our number of units and adding some additional parking spaces. We're increasing the parking spaces per home by 23% over our initial proposal. Another comment specifically at the first neighborhood meeting was to research the impacts to traffic and safety along Clifford and New Bethel Church. And our TIA analysis that Tucker can speak to in just a minute, I think demonstrates that we are making the necessary improvements and making sure that we are keeping people safe. We've got over 3,000 linear feet of roadway improvements, both on New Bethel Church and on Clifford Road. And I think this project being at an intersection makes those improvements even more impactful. Lastly, we're working with the town and NCDOT to reduce the speed limit on Clifford Road from 45 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour, which was something that we've heard throughout the process as well. Third, reevaluate the number of proposed townhomes. In that original plan, we had proposed 68 townhomes. Today's plan proposes 12. So we're reducing our number of townhomes significantly, down 83% from that initial proposal. And I think that is what is keeping us in line with the development and intensity change map, in that we are predominantly a single-family detached development, but we also offer a couple of 12 townhomes for those who wish that style of living rather than a single-family home with all the maintenance that entails. Fourth, we heard a big desire for first-floor master bedrooms to accommodate senior citizens, those who don't want to have to walk up steps every day in order just to get in and out of their bedroom. And so with our updated plan, almost 75% of the homes on that master plan have a master bedroom on the first floor. And again, this is our updated layout that you can again see more variety in terms of the types of single-family homes that we're offering, as well as a significant reduction from the townhomes. The one thing that we've tried to keep constant is this sort of flowing of open space from Clifford Road through the site all the way to the sort of southern boundary where active open space becomes passive open space and the Neuse River buffer begins. And then we've also got another active open space area along Clifford Road. And all of these active open space areas are connected by that 6-foot multi-use path, which could be some sort of permeable pavers, concrete, or asphalt. We've covered the open space areas fairly well. I did want to show a few of the product renderings here, some of the single-family products, more of that larger lot single-family products here. That's the 2-story product. This is more of a 1-story. And then these are the townhomes. These are 26-foot wide lot. Well, the lots are 26 feet wide. These would be some of probably the biggest townhomes that Garner has or has seen be built in recent memory. And then some of the cottage types as well. So trying to offer a variety of different product types and a lot of different offerings to meet the needs of a lot of different people. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tucker, who is sort of pinch hitting for Nate Boakland this evening, also with McAdams Engineering. But he's familiar with the TIA, and he's going to walk you through what we analyzed and what we found in that work.
Good evening. My name is Tucker Foley. I'm with McAdams here on behalf of the developer. I assisted Nate Boakland with the traffic impact study that was prepared early last year for the development. So I'll just quickly run through generally what the traffic study considered. So it was based on the initial concept plan that we had shown. So on the next slide, I'll get to some of the changes and how they've occurred. But the traffic impact study was scoped with Town of Garner staff along with NC.DOT staff, as is typical. Throughout the whole process, they signed off on all the assumptions and all the findings. So every step of the way, they've been signing off and making sure that we're in agreement with them. So the traffic study, the study area extents are pictured on the slide here. We studied our 2 site driveways on either side of the site, which are shown as those blue dots, as well as 6 off-site study intersections, 3 along Clifford Road, and then 3 to the north, 1 along Benson Road, and 2 along White Oak Road. The traffic study considered, as I mentioned, the original density that was proposed for this development. So it actually considered 130 units, which is significantly more than what is currently being proposed as the maximum, which is 87. So the study was conservative in nature. Additionally, so traffic counts were conducted in 2024, and those were used as the kind of base year existing condition of which the analysis was based on. From there, what the traffic impact study does is it takes those counts and it grows them at an approved growth rate that is signed off on by the town and DOT. That was determined to be 2%, and those volumes are projected at that growth rate grown to the anticipated future build-out year of 2029. In addition, there's a lot of development in this area. 9 other approved developments. The traffic from those developments was included in the background conditions. So we're not discounting anything that has not been, or anything that's in the works alongside this development. If you want to go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, I have that. The next slide, so shown visually here is an excerpt from the TIA. I'll get to in a second why this looks a little different. But basically the TIA comes up with findings for the recommended improvements for the development based on a comparison of future conditions with and without the development. So does the development warrant any additional improvements beyond what is already committed to out there or what is already planned? Ultimately, the TIA found that no offsite improvements were required or warranted other than improvements at the developer driveways. And so with the recent revisions to the site plan since the TI was prepared about a year ago and continued correspondence with NC.DOT and the town, just want to point out differences from the TIA here. So site access 1 is largely the same. However, initially it was not proposed to align with White-tailed Deer Lane. So now it is currently going to be shifted further west, and it's going to be a full movement 4-leg intersection. The left turn improvement will remain. Additionally, DOT has added a eastbound right turn lane improvement. Site access 2 down on New Bethel Church Road is now to be a right in, right out driveway, so there will be no left turn from New Bethel Church Road, and that driveway also will have a 50-foot right turn lane. So the findings of this TIA were kind of agreed upon. DOT signed off and said that they do agree that these improvements are warranted by the development and that nothing else beyond the site driveways are warranted. But I did want to draw attention again to the change in unit density. So particularly about 20 to 30% less trips you can see in this table here. The green is what was analyzed in the traffic study and the yellow is what is currently being proposed today. So not only is the trip generation less than it was before, it also nowadays falls below what Garner would typically require a TIA for, which is 1,000 daily trips. However, we've still obviously done the TIA and still intend to construct all of those improvements. I just want to point out that if we were coming to the table today, a TIA may not be required for the development. And in regards to updating the traffic study, for that reason, the study analyzed more units than it's currently being proposed. So if the TIA had not identified the need for offsite improvements, a reduced density also would not identify offsite improvements. So for that reason, an updated study should not be needed. And that is all.
The rest of our team is available if you have any questions, and we appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And while you're there, let's run down the line, starting with Mr. Matthews, and come back for any questions we might have for the applicant.
Nothing this time.
Mr. Singleton?
Yes, can you go back to the updated master plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the active space, the open space number 2 for the playground area is going to be correct, right down at the bottom. Okay, the one to the far right, which borders Clifford Road on there. Could you show me? You have a blow up, I think, underneath there, a larger picture of that.
I do.
There, this one is active space number 3. So that is basically an open field with the walking trail around it. There's some open space in the middle. And how big is that approximately?
If you'll bear with me 1 second, I actually made a dimension of that. It is 105 feet from the number 7 to the number 4, and is 115 feet from the number 9 to the number 10.
Okay, so it's 100 feet one way, and the average the rest of the way is about 70 feet, about the 3/4 of that. Okay, just wanted to see. So, and that is just going to be open turf.
That is just going to be open turf, and I will acknowledge that prior to receiving comments, that was slated to be a dog park. After hearing concerns and having other conversations, we found that it was more beneficial to the community to make that an open play field with some exercise stations, and that's what we have.
I just wanted to confirm all that, because on the site plan we have, it's harder to see. This detail helps a lot. Thanks for answering the questions.
Certainly.
Any other question for the applicant?
I'm okay with that right now.
Okay, Ms. Behringer?
Yes, it's good to see the density has been reduced some. I have a question about the pictures or the elevations of the products. Are those prototypes, or are they all going to be gray?
Hi, my name is Madison Lee, and I'm representing DR Horton. So we've committed in our zoning conditions to a varied color palette. So these are examples of existing product today, similar to this, but per our zoning conditions, we will adhere to other colors. And
I think that would be much more pleasing. We're seeing an awful lot of gray and,
yes,
and faded blue.
yes, understood.
Thank you.
Good observation. Mr. Dellinger.
Yeah, what's the proposed square footage for the townhomes?
2,400 square feet.
And for the smaller product, what is the footprint and square footage for the
Yes.
cottage?
So the one-story cottage is roughly 16 to 1,800 square feet. So your townhomes are actually going to live closer to a large, single family at that 2,400 square feet.
In the larger two-story is probably
Yeah.
closer
So
to
the
2,800.
larger 50-foot lots are going to be 3,200 square feet. And then your 45-foot front load product is going to vary between 22 to 24.
Another question I have is why are you going with the R8 versus the R4 zoning?
The R8 zoning allows us that townhome building type and that 3 to 4 unit building. So it allows us to get a little bit more product variety within the development while also conditioning it down to a density that is in line with an R4 zoning.
It also allows you to have 10-foot space between houses too, right?
Well, we've got a mix of housing types. I think, between the 45-foot front loaded, the 60-foot front loaded, and the 45-foot rear loaded, you get a lot of variety in both types of housing and just how people want to live. So I think the intent here is like I said, just to try to create a space that attracts a variety of different people at different stages in their life that would want to live here.
Yeah, it falls into the R8 loophole that we've seen before, where you're getting the density, where you could get the same density with an R4. You're allowed the same, you're well into the density for an R4 development, but you get this really narrow lot. And when you hear complaints about parking, in Garner with new development, 80% of the issue with parking is the lots are so small, people can't park on the street because the driveways are so close together. So, and the roads are so narrow, combination of those two things. The R4 has the 60 and 80 width lots, and the R8 has the 45 and 65. And I have also concerns with the very small square footage of those cottage homes. I'm really concerned what the tax valuation of those will be based on what's been selling recently. The townhomes have a very high square footage, which is unique, but also the townhomes tax values are not great either. Where we're seeing value, even in this area, if you go and you look, your larger houses on larger lots are getting $500,000 to $600,000 valuations. So fiscally, it's giving me pause, and it's something you could remedy with the R4 conditions and lot sizes. Actually, a larger lot size gives you actually more options for housing types, right? A larger lot, you do a larger house. You can do a smaller house. You can do it. You got 45 feet and a setback on either side. You're limited in the kind of house you can build.
Well, I think we're limiting ourselves just with the way that the site is laid out. With like you said, we've got the 60-foot wide lots. We've got those big homes, which is great. Some people need a big home. Some people want to downsize and they don't want a big home, but they want to live in a single family neighborhood. And so, and that's kind of where the 45-foot rear loaded lots come in that, back up on the alleys, less maintenance for somebody. Same with the townhome where you've got the living space that really anybody would need for a family of 3 or 4, but you don't have a lawn to mow. You don't have the same types of maintenance that a single family detached homeowner might have. So I definitely understand the points, but I think we've done a pretty good job with the the variety of different living types within just one development.
Understand, and we have a lot of variety in Garner. We don't necessarily need all of that variety in one development, particularly when you're looking at it from a fiscal standpoint. I think the proportion of 45-foot lots to 60-foot lots is not to our advantage as taxpayers in the town. And I'll stop there and let Mr. Vance.
Okay. You have reduced the conditions down from 18 to 2?
Sir?
The conditions you have for permitted uses from
essentially it deals with single unit living or single family detached in townhomes.
Okay, and you also reduced the density considerably based upon the initial master plan.
Yes, sir.
Which you pulled out a lot of townhomes and brought in more single family dwellings into play. Also, I see that you've added more open spaces and trails as well from the original plan. So you have considered a number of different adjustments to your original plan that came before us. Going back to your TIA, Mr. Pulley, is it Mr. Pulley? I just have a question there. In reference to what you put there, you showed what you based it upon the initial site plan, and then with the reduction in the density, you show how it reduced with the traffic impacts there. But yet and still, did I hear you say that with that reduction, you're still going to do you're still wanted to do the required improvements to Clifford Road and also was it New Bethel Church Road?
Yes, the respective turn lane improvements at the driveways are tied to the driveway. So with the density changing, those would still be in effect, yes.
Yes, and with the TIA, you did, I'm looking at, see a traffic light now that's at the intersection of New Bethel Church Road and Clifford Road.
Yes, sir.
And was that warranted because of this particular development?
It was not. I'm trying to figure out the exact development. There is another development that has committed to installing that traffic signal.
Okay. All right.
It's hard to see, but it's pictured in blue. So it's color coded differently from the development's recommendations.
Okay, and I would say one last thing that you have considerably reduced the number of townhomes compared to before to a very smaller number. Do you remember how many townhomes were initially being proposed?
Yes, sir. I've got it on a slide. I think it's 68, but I'll just flip back and we can confirm that. So it was 68 townhomes and 53 single-family detached homes in the initial submittal.
And you reduced that down to 12.
To 12, yes, sir.
Okay.
And a lot of the townhomes, the way that I think about it, a lot of the townhomes that we took out of the initial plan, some of that was filled in with the 45-foot rear-loaded sort of cottage single-family product type, as well as some of those 60-foot wide front-loaded, really large single-family homes. So kind of swapping the townhomes for two different styles of single-family detached.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Let's run through again. Mr. Matthews, questions for the applicant?
No question, just a comment, if I may,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. And in regards to just this project itself, I know we've had what we call preliminary meetings, getting our input for council members who want to be there and their staff and our staff. And I think I had pleasure being in two of these. I know the last one in particular, but what I liked about they were very open to our suggestions, and they come back and responded above and beyond. And secondly, what I like about it is there's a home in here for all income ranges, just about. If the in-laws up in New York want to move down here to be near the grandkids, they got a place they can move into. So young couples, starter, maybe that's what they want, they got a place. If somebody wants a bigger lot so they can go out and cut grass and have fun, we've got that. So, and the open spaces. So that's just as a comment, and I know we'll forward this on to the Planning Commission, but the company and staff on both sides were very open and responsive to our concerns. And I know I had some, and Ms. Behringer had some, and those were good meetings, and you did what you said you were going to do in regards to the project. That's all.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. And if I could just respond and say, you know, the feeling is mutual. The meetings with town council members prior to the public hearings we find are incredibly helpful. It's always good to know what city council members want to see in a plan long before it gets to the dais and before it's shown up on the screen. So you all being available to meet with us allowed us to put together a better product to show you tonight. So I just want to thank you all for your availability as well.
Thank you. There will be an opportunity for further discussion after we close the public hearing, if there's a motion. In the meantime, are there any other questions specifically for the applicant?
We're at our 8 o'clock recess. I'd like to request a recess.
Well, we can finish this first.
Sounds like a good time. Let's have our 8 o'clock recess. Be back in 10 minutes, please, and we'll proceed. We like that 8 o'clock rule. answer for the beep. We reconvene after the recess. We're still in the middle of the public hearing related to the Renmore Pines subdivision that's been proposed. I think we heard from staff. We heard a lot of good information from our applicant and their staff. Had lots of good comments from council members. And I think now is the time that we would recognize any individuals from the public who have signed up to speak. And I understand we have at least one who has signed up, and that would be
Teresa Moser, and I believe Mr. Mercer will bring her a mic.
Okay, Mr. Mercer's going to bring the mic, and if you would introduce yourself, ma'am, and your address, we'll be glad to hear your input on this.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Teresa Moser. Are you able to hold it? All right, I can hold it for you. Yes. And I just have a small question. I live on Harper's Landing Road. I did not know anything about this meeting or something going to take place until a week ago Friday when I picked up my mail, and there was a form letter in the mailbox from the town of Garner. Now, shouldn't there have been some knowledge given to the residents of Harper's Landing Road before this than to see this big sprawled out plan on a paper just put in the mailbox?
You're asking a very good question, and sometimes we answer the questions and address them. And I may ask Mr. Triesenberg or Mr. Hodges if you have any input on how these hearings are typically published and/or the public hearings prior to this, or how that has gone. Just some general observations or something to address her concern.
So, ma'am, typically there is a mailing list that's provided by the town within a certain radius. Mr. Triesenberg can give us some details, and the developers use that. So anyone to invite people to their public meetings or their neighborhood meetings. So the addresses within that certain radius would have received a letter to the 2 neighborhood meetings that were conducted. So if you're within that radius and didn't receive those letters, we need to just check and find out why. But I'll get Mr. Triesenberg just to remind us of the radiuses and what would typically be within the mailing list that we provide to the developers.
Yeah, the radius is 800 feet from the property. And that is correct. It's the same for both the neighborhood meetings and for the public hearing.
Okay.
So I guess what you're saying is that if Ms. Moser lives within 800 feet, if her property is within 800 feet of this property, she should have gotten a notice from the developers based on the mailing list we gave out about the neighborhood meetings, and then from the town about the public hearing.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll check on your address.
Thank you very much.
What's your street address?
172.
172, okay.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We do need to look into that. We absolutely want the neighbors to know what's going on, and the regulations and the statutes go to great lengths to indicate who needs to receive it and when. So we want to make sure we've plugged the hole if we've missed it. But now, if you have something else you'd like to comment on while you're here related to this, that's fine too.
No, thank you. I really appreciate the help that you give me.
And we did confirm that your address was in the list that was provided. So I don't know if there was an issue with the mail delivery or an issue with the mailing, but staff confirmed that we did have your address in the list that was provided to the development team.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Checking the date, that letter would have gone out around April 23rd of 2024, a year ago.
A year ago?
For the neighborhood meeting.
I'm sorry. I can't recall anything of that.
So there was one meeting last spring and then another one this past March.
And then there was also the notice about this public hearing sent by the town. Is that correct, Mr. Hodges?
And that's what I believe was received.
That's the one I received.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, we want it early, and we want it middle, and we want it late. I'm glad you at least got it, even though it's a little bit late. I'm glad you're here. And again, just to clarify you and for everyone else, what our mission here is tonight, the charge for the council is to get this information in a public format where people can see it and hear it. And then what we routinely do is forward this on to the Planning Commission for further review and another public hearing. where the neighbors can talk at that to the planning commission. The planning commission can dig a little deeper into some of the questions that have been raised here tonight about traffic, about values, about open space, whatever. And then the planning commission makes a recommendation back to the town council related to this particular project. So that our charge here tonight is to decide whether to refer this on to the planning commission, not whether to approve it, but whether to refer it. And if we want to put some special attention or instructions on that, we can, such as we could ask the planning commission to pay particular attention to the overall traffic situation, not just to the adjacent roads. We may ask them to pay some particular attention there. We may ask them to pay particular attention to sidewalks or connectivity. We can give them instructions so that when it comes back to us for another review, we have some of that information gathered. So thank you for being here and being patient with us as well. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mercer, do you need the microphone? We good? Okay, we good, Mrs. Moser? Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll ask my council members, are we good having recognized our staff, the applicant, and council members who wanted to ask questions so that we could close the public hearing and then think about whether there's a motion or whether there's further discussion? Hearing no objections, I will close the public hearing at this point, and now we'll move along to get a motion if there is one, and if there is one, we can have some more discussion on that before voting on the motion if we like. So is there a motion to refer this case to the Planning Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Ms. Behringer to refer this case to the Planning Commission. I will ask for a voice vote, and that is all in favor of referring this to the Planning Commission.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me?
We have discussion after the second.
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear any. I wasn't listening hard enough, and I don't hear very well, but I apologize. Yes, we would like, if more discussion, now is the time before taking a vote. And let's start at Mr. Matthews end. We start Mr. Vance's. Any further questions or discussion or comment related to the motion? Mr. Singleton?
No, sir.
Ms. Behringer? Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, I would just like for before it goes to Planning Commission for there to be a sort of reanalysis in-house of the traffic down there. Email me if y'all need help. I'll come in and help. But I think, because I can find some of this data. So another analysis of the traffic situation, which is beneficial not just for this project specifically, but the rest of the development down there. We have enough data to sort of do some of the projecting outside of a traditional TIA, which is really hyper-focused on one particular development's impact. The other item is taking some sort of look using our tool to kind of guesstimate sort of the tax valuation and revenue generation of the project in comparison to some alternate configurations that would be more beneficial for the town from a revenue standpoint. And also do that before that goes to Planning Commission. I'd like them to start having that conversation as part of their meetings, and I can help facilitate that as well. Those are the two items specifically I'd like to make sure happen before it goes to Planning Commission.
Thank you for that very, very good input, and I think those are two things we definitely want to try out our new tool that staff has developed, at least for a test drive, to get some kind of idea of what the projected tax value of these units would be to help us make a good decision, as well as the overall traffic concerns. I think that is absolutely something that we need to convey to the Planning Commission if and or when we refer it to the Planning Commission. And I'll make sure that I ask our town clerk to include that in the details, those two items, if and when we refer this to the Planning Commission, the projected tax value and the overall traffic impact for the whole Southeast Garner area in general. So those are two very critical things.
And just to tag onto that, the resource for traffic down in that part of the town is very limited. And so we want to make sure that there's sort of an equitable opportunity for development down there. And we need to do that by making sure we're getting the right density and type of units in these projects. Because there's just, at some point, as Mr. Singleton has said, we'll have to stop. And we want to make sure we're getting the right product in that part of Garner before that time comes. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Yes, we'll make sure that gets passed along. In fact, I go one step further. We haven't really established a formal procedure for communicating these things to the Planning Commission. So tonight we're going to go on record as saying we want these going. And I would go one step further, Mr. Dellinger, if you would like to put those 2 or 3 bullet points together to pass along to the town clerk to be passed to the Planning Commission just exactly the way you've stated them, that can only help.
And I'll work with Mr. Triesenberg and Mr. Hodges as well as a liaison to the Planning Commission.
Excellent. Thank you for getting the feeling of council, the concerns of question to the Planning Commission. Mr. Vance, other questions or comments?
No further questions.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions, we'll call for a vote. And if there's any chance of any thing less than unanimous, I want to change this from a voice vote to a roll call vote so we can make it real clear who is in favor of passing it on to the Planning Commission in case there's anyone who's not. That being said, I'll ask for an individual roll call vote starting with Mr. Vance.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger?
Aye.
Ms. Behringer?
Aye.
Mr. Singleton?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Well, what do you know? It was unanimous after all. Well, good. And thanks for the background work on that. So the council has voted to refer this case on to the Planning Commission, and I expect we will see it again. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for your input and your patience with us as we try to get all the relevant information. Thank you. Okay, and that brings us to item number 4, nuisance ordinance amendments, and our presenters will be our own town attorney, Terry Jones, and our inspections director, Paul Paget. Ms. Jones, please let us know how we can reduce nuisances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you were briefed at the March 18th meeting, staff and the inspection staff and the legal department have worked on proposed amendments to the nuisance ordinance. So we had presented those to you. This was posted on the Code Revision Project website. We did receive one public comment, which I will read to you, and that was from a citizen in Garner who said, much has been written addressing the issue of height of grass 10 inches or more, but not clear whether the issue of grasses which don't grow vertically from the surface of the land. Some grasses and vegetation are designed to lay horizontally. These can intertwine, form habitats for pests, although the vertical height is less than 10 inches. Appears that the ordinance regarding the grasses is overly narrow and thus ignoring many areas of concern. I did respond to the citizen that there is a section in the ordinance, in the existing ordinance, which will remain unchanged, which I believe addresses her concern. And that would be any condition, number 1 under 6-17, any condition which is a breeding ground or harbor for mosquitoes, or a breeding ground or harbor for rats, snakes, or other pests, or has the potential for becoming a breeding ground or harbor for such pest, could constitute a nuisance if those complaints are made. And I did not receive a response to that email clarifying that issue. We have not had anyone sign up to speak for this public hearing from the public, but just for the benefit of council, there was the public hearing draft, which shows in basically red line and strikeout, the underlined portions being new provisions and the strikeout portions being deleted provisions. So there's sorry about that. There's some clarifications about the authority and making sure that proper authority is delegated to the manager, adding some definitions to clarify some language about inspectors and violators. There were several places where the word offender was used as opposed to violator, and we tried to make all of that language consistent. But as you'll see, the most substantive change in this is to make it a little easier for the public as well as our code compliance staff by making the height for weeds, grasses, vines, other vegetation to all be 10 inches in height. So grasses and weeds came down from 12 inches to 10, and vines, shrubs, and other vegetation went up from 8 inches to 10 inches. That makes it easier to enforce, not having, different standards which may be impacted in the same property or the same yard. So again, there was, and also this 10 inches goes with some of the noxious vegetation as well. And particularly in this provision that protects the public and the motoring, both pedestrian and vehicular traffic, to be able to not have overgrowths going into the right of way. With respect to fees, we did propose an amendment to specifically authorize the town manager to be able to waive inspection fees upon a sufficient showing of good cause or other extenuating circumstances. As you may recall, with nuisances, there's a complaint and an inspection, and then there's a 10-day period for the property owner to correct that. And sometimes there are extenuating circumstances in those situations. But the goal of the code compliance division of the inspections department is basically to get people into compliance and not have to have the town use town resources to go out and abate these nuisances.
Question. Ms. Jones, I have a question. The space between the sidewalk and the back of the curb in various places in town, whose responsibility is it to mow that area?
So it's basically the property owner's responsibility. Okay. And again, that would be between the abutting property line and the curb, or if there's no curb, the edge of pavement. Even though sometimes that area may be in the right of way, it's still incumbent on the property owner to maintain that area.
I know several years ago, it was either assumed or was a fact, I'm not sure, that it was the town's responsibility to mow that area, and that changed. And I'm not sure that the general public understands that. It's oftentimes I see properties that are well kept except for that area between the curb and the back of the sidewalk. So how do we deal with that?
So last year we had an area where the town had been mowing in the past and it had changed over. We sent letters out to those property owners, kind of just to let them know that we're now going to follow the
Is it
ordinance.
something we can repeat, or is that fruitful?
So we can also have those conversations, and in the video that communications helped us, or actually they created, it covers it in there as well. Of what is the property owner's responsibility? Yep.
Question on the junk cars, what have you. Am I missing it here, or does that fall in this category where you say houses took?
So
Cars are set in the backyard and all the pieces. And
we have a separate junked and abandoned cars provision, but there is, catch me up on which. So, sorry, I have to scroll through it. So there's junked and abandoned cars in our motor vehicles ordinance that's authorized under state law. But there's also where there's vehicles, which number is it?
So there's grass and vegetation.
Okay, here it is,
and,
10.
also in the junk vehicles part as well.
Yeah, so one provision that is this, basically, could cover it, furniture, appliances, automotive parts, or pieces of wood or other metals. But they have to be having sharp or jagged edges so that they are a danger to, the public at that point. So, is there an,
I guess my question is, we concern ourselves about grass and weeds and what have you. And I see these places all the time and people ask me, I say, well, they got 3 cars out there in the yard and the junk, they ain't been working on them and they're bringing in more. And that's got to fall in here somewhere, I'm thinking.
so again, there is a separate ordinance that addresses junked and abandoned vehicles.
Okay.
If one of those vehicles is dangerous to the point it has jagged edges, it's a harboring for pests or something, it can also be declared a nuisance as well. But typically, for anything that's not enumerated in section 6-17, there's this subsection 22 is this catch-all provision that would have to come to the town council to determine that this is a particularly hazardous situation from those. But your typical car that just sits there that doesn't have broken glass and sharp edges is not necessarily considered a public nuisance. It's still considered an abandoned or junked vehicle that is regulated in a separate ordinance.
Okay. So we got it covered.
Yes. And in the future, you'll be seeing, a couple of little tweaks to that particular ordinance as well.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That'd be good. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, you talked about who's responsible, the property owner from the edge of the street into the yard. How about when it's a construction zone currently on Benson Road where they have the orange barrier and the grass in the front yard is very tall, but as I understand it, DOT tells people they're not supposed to cut that. So who's responsible for that? Because the orange barriers in front of the grass, you just go by Hudson's, between Hudson's and the fire department on the east side, you can't miss it.
Yeah.
And the grass hasn't been touched and it's tall. And then behind it may or may not have been cut too, but the front, who's responsible for that? DOT or the property owner? Because as I understand it, they're not supposed to mess with that.
Yeah. It's
Mr.
a fabric fence, not a concrete barrier.
Yeah, it's the orange fabric.
So I'm not
stretch
sure, but if that's a tree preservation barrier, then you could
it's
still mow or address the weeds in there, but the
There's
idea is.
no trees in any of these.
Well,
It's just
construction
grass.
shouldn't damage that.
So can we
we'd
get
have to-
clarification on that? Because
Mr. Singleton, this is a part of the bridge construction project?
yes, correct.
Okay, let us follow up with the project managers from
Yeah.
DOT and see if we can get some relief to that one. Because I think that's a specific project site and not a ordinance-specific question.
But,
Okay.
but to
Because-
answer the questions about the maintenance, it's the same with our sidewalk ordinance, that there are sidewalks that are within the public right of way, but our ordinance places the maintenance responsibility, cleaning of those sidewalks, on the property owner who's most closely adjacent to that particular right of way.
I'm just curious about this because when they were working on the 540 intersection, they did the same thing to some of those houses. Some of the grass was 3-4 feet tall in the front yards, and it was because of the setback of the orange protective netting, fencing, whatever you want to call it. So I was told that the property owners were not supposed to mess with it because it was part of the construction project. But anyway, if y'all can get clarification, I'd appreciate it.
Another one of the substantive changes to the ordinances, the existing ordinance has 2 kind of alternative appeals processes. So our recommendation is to clean that up with just one appeals process, so that there's no confusion about that. So the appeals process that will go directly to town council, we're proposing to not use that and to have a separate appeals process, which is in a later section of the ordinance, which I'll show you that as well. Before I get to that, we also, are proposing that the civil penalties be consistent with other civil penalties for ordinance violations. Okay, so to outline the appeals process, so the violator, property owner, would be issued their notice of violation. They can file that with the town manager or assistant town manager, and then that basically abates that stays the abatement of the violation until that appeal could be resolved. One of the concerns with the existing process is if they appeal and it goes to town council, we have to schedule, we have to wait till there's a scheduled meeting of town council, which in some cases can be much beyond the 10-day period. This will provide an opportunity to resolve the appeal in an informal or less formal manner than coming to the town council. And then the process would basically be the same. There also was a process, and that's similar to some other types of code violations where it's a much more informal process, but gets to a resolution of that appeal in a manner that we can either the property owner will abate the violation or the town can go ahead and abate the violation. As we discussed previously, we've added some clarification to deal with the pollinator areas, gardens, and those kinds of things. We had been informally kind of guiding some property owners who have responded with they wanted to have pollinator areas, or they wanted to participate in the no mow May movement. But this way, basically, they'll have to intentionally show that this is a garden or a pollinator area by demarking it with some kind of landscaping or signage or some kind of pavers in that, and also to not be adjacent to their property owners unless they have permission of their property owners. So that basically the weeds, if it could be considered weeds, it wouldn't be blending into the next property owners. But seems like a reasonable compromise for those residents who have expressed an interest in creating more pollinator habitat or having more gardens on their properties. Again, there's just clarification changes regarding the civil penalties and the liens, and also to give specific authority to the town attorney to enter into settlement agreements regarding the collection or foreclosure of any nuisance liens. I think I've covered there was just adding the clarification to the end of the ordinance regarding swimming pools and ponds, and the fact that there have been a rise in complaints about them being mosquito breeding habitats for basically ones that aren't being well maintained during the summer season. Again, state law allows the town to remove swimming pools that are dangerous, but that would have to come to town council under state law for that determination to be made. So if you don't have any other questions, staff is recommending that, given that we have not had any significant public comment on this, to go ahead and adopt this ordinance, especially since we're getting into the grass growing, weed growing season.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for the very thorough job. This is just one more step in your massive project of reviewing all of our ordinances to make sure they're in compliance with current state statutes and up to date in other ways. So this is another huge step forward. Thank you very much. Are there other questions from council members here before we consider closing the public hearing? Okay, and Attorney Jones, no one has signed up, no individual has signed up to speak on this?
No one signed up this evening.
Okay, then we definitely close the public hearing here, and the motion and the action, the requested outcome before us is, should we adopt the ordinance 2025-5330 that would make these adjustments?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Singleton, seconded by Mr. Matthews, to adopt this ordinance and make these updates, these changes in our nuisance ordinance amendment. We'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor of adopting that ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Sounds unanimous. Thank you, Attorney Jones, for the excellent job of putting that together and explaining it to us.
Thank you. We appreciate council support.
And I have the feeling that maybe Mr. Paget and his inspection team had some input in this somewhere along the way.
Yes, very much so.
They're the guys out there measuring them with a yardstick every day. Thank you for your work on this. Very important. Thank you. Okay, and that brings us to, I believe this is not a request for a public hearing, but this is to review the idea of making a change in our SUP as it relates to residential projects. And this is a discussion that we'll have. This is in response to a request from council from the planning retreat to our planning department to give us some suggestions of ways we could consider modifying the residential rezoning and special use permit process for efficiency and still getting our desired result. Mr. Triesenberg has done a lot of work on this, has come up with 4 different options to approach this. And with that, Mr. Triesenberg, I'll just kick this over to you for explanation, then we can have questions and discussion about what, if anything, we want to do next.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, Council. Following up on our previous discussion at the work session, I was asked by the manager's office to go ahead and bring you back some options for further discussion at this meeting here tonight. So the updated revised staff report does give you a little more information about what other communities are doing. That was something that was asked for by at least one of you in the meeting. And then I was given the task of trying to develop a couple of very specific options for you to ponder some more. So again, we're talking about that threshold for 200 dwelling units to come back for a special use permit, regardless of whether it has gone through rezoning or been through administrative staff review. Any subdivision with more than 200 residential dwelling units currently is required to come before the council for a special use permit. So as we talked about at the work session, the first 2 options, of course, are to leave it as is, don't touch it. We're happy with where it's at. And of course, then the other opposite extreme is to repeal it in full. Don't sense that that is something that y'all probably would want to entertain. So we have options C and D proposed for you on page 233 of your packet. So the first one we kind of talked about to a certain degree at the last meeting, where it revolved around the idea of subdivisions that have gone through a Tier 2 rezoning, where you have seen a master plan laid out with lots and streets and pretty much everything except the very fine details, that perhaps those could be taken out of that required SUP permit process once they have achieved rezoning. Then at the very end, I know we had a short discussion, Mr. Singleton, you brought it up about the parameters. We talked a little bit about what major modifications consist of and when it has to come back to council from a Tier 2 rezoning, how much can they play with it before they would have to come back to you. And we mentioned that currently, when it comes to number of dwelling units, it's a 10% kind of variability. So on a subdivision, say, of 400 dwelling units, as long as they stayed within, 10% would be 40. So they could go down to 360 or they could go up to 440. There'd be a window of about 80 units that they could play with. And we talked about the fact that maybe that's a little too much. So option C would be to, again, eliminate the SUP for projects that have gone through a Tier 2, but it would also narrow that scope that they can play with to 5%. So if they were to fall outside the 5% change, then it would have to come back to council.
I have a question. This may be like the old UDO question or pre-160D question. I thought that there could only be a downward intensity, not an increase in intensity.
That was the previous version. Okay. Yeah.
I think that's a probably good thing to revisit as well. But
okay.
Just it's in the back of my head somewhere that.
Right. No, you recall exactly correctly. So I copied out the current language from the current UDO. And so there, with the current UDO, there was a range given both negatively and positively. So that's option C, and again, that could be any. That's just one example. There's plenty more options that we could entertain too, but that was one that we zeroed in on. Then option D would leave everything as it is for townhomes and apartments, but would raise the threshold to 500 for single-family residential. The reason we put that one out there is because we felt like maybe a couple of you were intonating that maybe you were more comfortable with single-family product now, but still wanted to retain a lot more scrutiny on the townhomes and the apartments, particularly given the fact that they don't seem to perform as well on the cost of services study. I did bring forward the exemption potentially for upper story residential, which again is upper story is defined as the unit having to be above a non-residential use. We talked about that briefly as part of a larger residential package, which we are still working on, but it was targeted into this section, so it seemed to possibly make sense to go ahead and just bring that forward and include that in an option here if that's one that you decided you wanted to go with as well. So A is definitely the most change, followed by C, then D, and then B, as in boy. So those are two options that we put out there. Again, happy to entertain any tweaks to those. Possibilities are really endless, but we do feel that perhaps C and D could be a happy medium for folks. But glad to hear thoughts and opinions and discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Triesenberg. I think you've done exactly what we had in mind at the planning retreat when we were talking about possibly changing the UDO as it relates to residential rezoning and what triggers an SUP. And you've given us 4 examples of positions we could adopt, which is A, leave it as it is, B, the opposite, repeal the whole thing, which I think you accurately indicated. We probably don't want to do that. And you've given us 2 samples of possible alternatives that we could use here, option C and option D. And I'm looking at our parliamentarian, our attorney, and I'm looking at Mr. Triesenberg for guidance. But I think what you're asking council now is, do we want to start the process to evaluate and consider changing the UDO, to start that process, which would involve a public hearing, like we've had earlier today, related to this topic, which would then refer it to the Planning Commission if we choose, which would then come back for final approval. So what you're asking us, do we want to start the process to consider a change, which would be B, C, or D? And if so, which one would be a good working draft to start with? Because it'd be the whole point of the 90 to 120 day process, including 2 public hearings and the Planning Commission, would be, if we pick either one of these, what modifications could we make to make them as efficient as possible? I get the sense from council that we absolutely do not want to start giving blank checks out to developers or builders to do whatever they feel like. We're not looking for less control, but what we want to do is be efficient and eliminate redundancy. If there's places that we could make this more efficient to get the same desired outcome, we would be interested in considering that. And this would be a first step to that. So having said that, I'll be glad to get input and/or questions from council. And let's flip, I think it's Mr. Vance's turn to start with the questions or comments related to this discussion that we're having about should we be making a motion to start a process. This is not the approval of any of these tonight. We can't do that. If we change the UDO, we have to go through the extended process of public hearings, Planning Commission. So this is not voting for or against one of these. This is, do we want to start the process? And if we do we want to pursue B, C, or D as our test drive? Mr. Vance.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Triesenberg for taking the time out to really help me better understand the process and to provide the background information of what other municipalities of similar populations are doing when it comes to the SUP process, and looking at how we can be more efficient with our resources and with our time. And with the options that were provided, I believe that I'm in agreement with just going through the process of looking at the modifications of the UDO to better make our overall process of how we do the SUP process more efficient and less redundant.
Okay, so you're saying you're interested in considering.
Yes.
So that's fine. That's good. Mr. Dellinger, comments, questions, observations?
One observation is, while it looks sometimes and feels like a redundancy, it is not a redundancy in the fact that it is a quasi-judicial hearing that takes into consideration an entirely different set of circumstances and considerations than our rezoning process. The special use permit specifically targets endangering public health and safety, value of property. It has the consistency with the UDO, but compatibility with adjacent uses, adverse impacts. It's one of the few opportunities for the council to consider mitigating large adverse impacts in an impartial way in a hearing. Also taking into transportation issues. We talked about transportation ad nauseum tonight. Special use permit has a specific opportunity to address some of those transportation concerns through the special use permit process. So while I think for me, I can appreciate how it feels redundant, but it is a very different process with a different set of considerations that is even more fair to an applicant than the legislative part of the process. So that, I want to elevate that because I think it's important to just not look by the fact that it may feel the same, that it's not. And so as far as evaluating, my personal opinion is leave it where it is. If it hasn't hurt us to this point, and it's not been demonstrated in data that it has, then I think we should leave it. That said, I think if we're going to evaluate it, we need to evaluate it thoroughly. And if we're going to look at it, I think our Affordable Housing Task Force process was to evaluate a large data set of implementations of programs and projects. So while there is this list of municipalities in here that are of like size, why aren't we looking at smaller? Why aren't we looking at bigger? Why aren't we looking statewide? Why aren't we looking at ones that have changed their special use permits in the past 5 years, either weakening them or strengthening them? Why did they do it, and what was the impact of that? Because I think, to me, that's the big unknown, is what are the unintended consequences of changing this? Which is why I don't want to change it, because I don't think it's hurting us. But if we're going to, we need to thoroughly do our research in the state and look at communities that we want to be like and have been successful. And did they have it? Did they get rid of it? Were there benefits? And have those conversations. So again, I'm not for even touching it, but if we are, I think we need to kind of thoroughly vet the scenarios that are being discussed and look at like other municipalities who have undertaken a change to it or have decided not to change it. And that's the other thing that happened when we were doing our Affordable Housing Task Force is you can't just go to a website. You've got to have a conversation with a planning director or a council member and say, why did y'all do that? What problem were you having? Did it fix the problem? So just if we're going to do it, we need to do our due diligence to understand and mitigate any unintended consequences.
Excellent observations. Ms. Behringer?
Yes, sir. I would be in favor of modifying the UDO that we have now to streamline the process a little more. I'd like us to look at option C, and to Mr. Dellinger's point, have conversations with other municipalities about what they're doing, what they have done, how it's worked, how it has worked for them. I feel like that option C gives us some insurance, if you want to call it that, by the low numbers, we're increase or decrease of 5% or greater and those sorts of things that we can investigate a little bit more. But I think it needs to be changed so that we're not creating more work at times when it's not needed.
Thank you. Excellent observation. Mr. Singleton?
Being the one who pushed us to do the 200, I had no really concern with modifying with option D, because the point is that if someone's going to come inside your residential, let's say single-family detached, and you're going to put in a 200, a townhome or multifamily dwelling, those people would like to know that because of the density. And then, of course, also the cost of services. And I understand for raising the number for single-family detached. I had no issue with that specifically. So option D is I understand that. I had no trouble with that. The increase in or decrease the total number of units with 5%, if you could slide that in there, might be helpful also. But I think that the whole point of bringing the 200 up was the impact it would have to an existing neighborhood, an old neighborhood. And we looked at 200 units, but again, the cost of services for the townhomes and multifamily is shown. It's substantially, the cost of service has much more of an impact on town services than the single family dwelling. So option D of the slight modification is something that I could favor, certainly.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Matthews?
First of all, thanks, Jeff, and your team for putting this together. And it's difficult, but I think Ms. Behringer put it quite well too, is that we do need to make some adjustments on that, to make it more user-friendly. setting meetings where we had up here one time the folks in and they were talking about SUPs and what other towns were doing or not doing, and it really give one pause to think, what can we do better here? So I do like the idea, again, of communicating with other municipalities and finding out, what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. And so I'm going to run with option C as a starting point because it's a starting point.
Okay, well, that very, very thoughtful input. Any second thoughts or second round ideas for consideration at this point?
Well, since the council members have said which one they are looking at as possible further study or a combination of them, I would say looking at option C as the one for further study.
So your thought is, your thought, just to recap what you're saying, if we're hearing some idea that we want to review it and consider an option, let's use C as our model, as our draft, that we can look at, apply, change, modify, or just decide against at the end of the process. You're saying if we look at it, look at C.
Yes.
Mr. Dillinger, other thoughts?
Yeah, just I think in the evaluation of the 4 options, sort of a SWOT analysis approach should be taken, right? So the strengths of one, the weaknesses, the opportunity, and the threat, so that we can compare the different scenarios and really give thought, a really thought through process of what just the unintended consequences and understanding what those might be. So kind of doing that for each of those scenarios is just a framework. So I think for each of these, you sort of have that SWOT analysis that I think council should be a part of too, maybe a work session or something, and say, let's step through this and what does this look like? And then for each of these also sort of find some examples of other municipalities that have made sort of similar changes or considered them and not done them and why they didn't. So I think that could feed into it as well. I know it's a lot of work, but I think the experience on the task force was there's a lot of willingness to, if you reach out, they'll give you the information. They'll tell you what their experience is pretty candidly in a conversation. So that could be potentially very helpful in helping us identify things that went right or wrong in making some of these changes.
Ms. Behringer, other observations?
Well, I'm going to stick with option C, but I would like to say that it seems like we're all pretty much saying the same thing in that it needs to be investigated as far as other municipalities and how they handle it. We're not going to be perfect no matter what. We're going to do the best job we can do with the information we have. And so just doing as much as we can to make sure we get it as right as we can, but realizing that things change as time goes on, and this will change again later. But I still prefer option C.
Okay. Further thoughts or observations?
I stated my opinion, option D.
Okay. Mr. Matthews, observations? Brown?
I have no changes. I'm still with option C at this time.
Okay. And just let me reiterate again, as I'm listening here, I'm feeling the idea that we probably, the will of council is we want to review it, we want to consider change, we want to start the official process, which will be very transparent and open decision-making. Public will be involved, staff will be involved. There's many opportunities for council to have lots of dialogue with staff and citizens and developers. So that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting, that there seems to be the idea of let's move ahead with the process. And to do that, help me out, Ms. Parliamentarian, we need a motion to start the process to consider one of these options to get it into the pipeline of being processed.
Yes, it would be helpful to have a motion to give direction to staff whether to begin this process, and then which option you'd like to go with.
Thank you. I think we're saying the same thing. So is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion to start this process with option C.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to start the process to review the UDO related to residential SUP. And we'll start, the motion is to start with option C as the draft program that we will use to start our dialogue. So
Discussion. In reference to the motion and what has been stated by council and considering the process itself and doing the strengths and weaknesses analysis, which will require a review of the other alternatives for consideration and for it to be compared to option C. I'm assuming that that's going to be a part of this process to look at all of the current, the do nothing, do something, and the C and the D, and we'll evaluate them to come up with an alternative inevitably, which may be something slightly different than C. So is that what I'm hearing in the motion, possibly?
Mr. Vance, I believe the motion is to start the process looking specifically at option C.
Okay.
Option C, if there's an interest in council on wanting to do a SWOT analysis on each of the options, that would be done ahead of a direction on which option to use starting a process.
Okay.
So I think what staff was hearing from the discussion for council is there's an interest in starting a process with C, but there's also some additional information gathering and research that council would like to see from other communities that have experienced this, to get some feedback on what has worked, what challenges or opportunities it's presented as well. And I think we can include that as part of the analysis and information that comes forward in a process to review in option C.
Okay.
Yeah. If the motion needs to include the explicit analysis piece to the other ones that are there, because we're just analyzing one, we're just looking at one, and we're not comparing it to the other options that are presented. And I think the desire for research is the consensus, but the consensus is not research on just one. And I mean, I'm leaning towards one, but also I don't have enough information to make that decision at this point. So that's sort of the conundrum, is sort of figuring out how if it's to start it with C, but to evaluate all of them and then revisit it and say, well, actually, after we've looked at it, it looks like that's not the best option. This other one is, how does that play itself out if we're only voting on one option right now to pursue?
Yeah, thank you. I believe I see heads nod when we say, let's get all the information we can. Let's compare the different alternatives, A, B, C, and D. And I'm just looking for what's the correct motion that'll let us start the process of gathering that information.
So if council wants to do a SWOT analysis on all four options presented, then I think that the motion there needs to be a new motion that directs staff to do that for all four options and bring that information back to council. Because the motion right now is to start the process using the option C approach, which would then come before a public hearing, go to planning commission, come back to council for a specific decision, but it's not going to include a SWOT analysis of all the other three options that are presented.
Okay, Mr. Matthews, you made the motion. Are you inclined to amend your motion to include the thorough analysis of all four strengths and weaknesses comparatively before moving officially into the possible change process?
The only reason I mentioned C is basically it is a starting point. We're going to talk about all of this all through the process. We don't know what staff's going to bring back, but I do have working with the other communities, finding out what they're doing. That's going to give us a wealth of knowledge, what's working in the other communities, maybe that we're not or should be doing. And so I'd like to go ahead and vote on option C and just see where it goes. It's not going to be a fix-all for everything, obviously, but it's a starting point, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I've got a question. We've got 6 communities already what they're doing. How much more information do y'all want? I mean, this is the ones that are in our county are right directly beside us. How much more information do you want? You got 6 of them.
I'll speak to that.
Huh?
I'll speak to it because when you look at larger municipalities, they still have special use permits in place. When you look at smaller ones, they do too. We shouldn't be just looking in our immediate area of like communities. We need to look at the full breadth and say, what are bigger cities doing and why do they have it? Maybe they're big and successful because they have it. Again, I just go back to the housing task force. We looked at a large variety because there were so many different needs. So we need to look more than locally. We need a larger data set. And again, my concern is finding those municipalities that have made a change similar to the one we want to make and seeing what's it good for them.
Yeah.
That's what we really want to know is what are the potential pitfalls of any of the changes. Not changing, getting rid of it all. I mean, and that's why the mayor's suggestion of including the SWOT analysis, it gives us things to compare, options to compare.
Yes, and I think that's what I was hearing from Mr. Vance in a certain way too.
In a certain way. I mean, and Mr. Dillinger and I, we're thinking similarly. I'm just thinking about a thorough look at this and how can we do that and do that by comparisons. And I'm thinking that it could be done on the staff level by collecting that information and doing that review, and see maybe it would with some tweaks and from that analysis maybe help us to get those tweaks in place for this possibly. Yeah. And then again, it may come back and this is it. But the analysis will allow for us to have I would say, a more thorough look at and the staff may have already looked at that. They just haven't presented it.
Okay, Ms. Beard, did you have?
Yeah, I have a question. It's a two-pronged question. Are we making sense to staff? And second question is, do we have some idea, or can you give us some idea of how long it would take to do this analysis?
So I think there needs to be additional clarity on the expectation for council. It seems like there's a motion on the floor regarding moving forward with a process for option C to include additional information from other communities, bigger and smaller, as Mr. Dellinger has indicated, to better understand, what worked for them, what didn't. So that's sort of one option, and that's what the motion is on. The second option that I'm hearing council provide is that before you focus down on one particular option, there needs to be further analysis on all four options that takes a look at a more formalized SWOT analysis and additional information gathering from the community before we bring forth an option that then starts the overall process for the UDO amendment. So they're two separate processes. The first process that gives direction to focus on option C, to bring back additional information on that, but to use that to start the process, that's about a 90-day process. A process to look at all four options, to do SWOT analysis, to do the additional information gathering from other communities, I would say would be probably 120 plus day process to do it well and to do it right.
Okay. I don't want to apologize for taking a long time on this because this is very important. And this is not the kind of decision that we make every day or every council meeting. This is not our routine tier 1, tier 2 zoning request or annexation request. This is different. We're possibly starting a process to change our UDO. And we don't do this every month or every quarter. So I want us to start on the right foot. We talked about it at the planning retreat. Staff said, give us some direction. Here's some ways to give us some direction. We want to give you the direction that you need to get started to make a comprehensive analysis so we can make the best possible decisions. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what I'm hearing from at least several of you. The house is not on fire. We want to take our time and make a good decision. If the house is on fire, we run. The house is not on fire. Let's think about some real planning. Best way to make a good decision that'll stand for a few years. May not stand a few decades. Nobody can predict that. But so that's our dilemma. We're trying to give you the direction that you want. We don't want to rush you. The house is not on fire. but we do want to do a thorough job and consider alternatives in the A's, B's, and C's and D's in this case. Am I speaking out of turn here, or that?
Well, the question is the four options. We already decided that we want to change two, so why don't we leave as is? That shouldn't be an option. Because if it's leave as is, why the hell are we sitting here discussing it? I mean, come on, let's think about it. And then we all agree that we don't want to repeal it. So in full, so you need to work on the tweaking of the last two to see what to do. And again, I go back to the towns. We need, if you want to work on other towns, look around the Triangle area. We don't need to worry about what Greensboro's doing or Charlotte's doing or Boone or Wilmington's doing. We need to worry about what this area is doing, because that's what we're going to compare to. The developers that come in here and talk to us are comparing to what they do in the Triangle area, not other parts of the state.
That's all I meant, Wake County.
So, Triangle area, I go to see what Raleigh and Cary do, see what Durham does, because they're part of the Triangle. I don't see we have to go statewide or nationwide.
But Greg,
Okay, let's go real slow and real polite.
Because again, if you're going to leave it as it is, why? I mean, we're going to why?
Maybe we could attract
that
a
the
better
four
developer.
options. Why should we do number one if it's already been decided that we want to tweak it, we want to change it? So we want to change it, then that's not leave it as it is. And I think we all want to repeal it as it is. So why are we repealing the subsection above? Focus on what the point is, and that's some combination of what C and D does, and additional information from other towns in the Triangle area.
No.
Hang on, we're gonna let Mr. Singleton finish, and then we'll give everybody a chance to weigh in. This is a little different than our usual process, so we're gonna take a little latitude. We're having an extended discussion, as we should, on a very important issue, but we're gonna be very civil, and we're gonna take turns with our observations and questions. And the questions are to staff, and again, don't forget what our question is. Do we want to start any kind of a process, whether it's a SWOT analysis or, as the motion on the floor says, to direct staff to start the official process for possibly changing the UDO using C as a model? So that's the motion that's on the floor, and we're now chatting among ourselves. Should we consider asking the person who made this motion to amend it to have a broader base? I think that's where we are. And Mr. Vance has weighed in. We're kind of going down the line, coming this way from Mr. Matthews and Mr. Singleton this time. Ms. Behringer?
Well, I like the idea of not worrying about A and B, because we know that we're not happy with that. We know that's not working. If we can, it's confusing to me in some ways, but if we can find a way to move forward with C primarily, with some aspects of B, and then compare it to other municipalities in our region.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dellinger, input?
Mr. Singleton, to assume that the best practices are happening around us is not due diligence. We should care about what other parts of the state are doing, because some people in other parts of the state may be doing it better. And maybe the type of development we see in other parts of the state that we want here could happen here if we make the changes we need to make. Maybe we're not getting all we want because we don't have the right policies in place. So we need to go find the right policies. They may not be here. All that said, if I had to, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know that leaving it's not the thing. We don't have the data. The one that makes the most sense to me is D, because C becomes problematic from the sense of that is a lot more work for staff to administer, and also you're isolating it to tier two projects. We've had so many tier ones come in here, all of a sudden they'll be shifting over to tier one. That one is more complicated than looking at D and having a different type of cutoff, but still funneling everyone through the residential, on the residential side, the same process. That's my concern with C, and this sort of modification, major modification, minor modification, tying that to the rezoning, I think it goes down a deeper rabbit hole than the other, because now we're talking about percentages and what's a major, now we're changing a lot more of the UDO, because we've got to modify what a major modification is, what a minor modification is. Does that trigger it coming back to council? So you talk about streamlining the process. D is more streamlined than C. That said, I still wouldn't change it. But I still wouldn't change anything we have. I don't think it's hurting us. But if we only are going to compare two, then we need to compare C and D. And if we get information from other places, we need to keep our mind open that maybe we need to leave it alone. If the feedback and data we get is, oh no, this is full of problems, maybe we shouldn't do this. So I'm fine with limiting the analysis to C and D and moving forward with an analysis, and then we can whittle it down to a specific change.
Thank you. Mr. Vance, your turn.
I don't have much more to add based upon what has been discussed. I believe that modification is needed. The question becomes how we do it, and I think that's where we are now, and providing the staff with the guidance to do it. I heard two timelines provided for the option C. One was a 90-day and a 120-day, 120. So that's a 3 month or 6 months time frame to do that. What is currently being suggested off the top of the head, and I'm assuming it'll be longer to do for two. Is that a rough good assumption, or?
It would probably still take about the 120-day mark to do the two, to do the level of analysis and work that would be required.
And let me ask for clarification on that same question. When you say 120 days, is that it would take 120 days to do the analysis between C and D before possibly embarking on the process to actually change the UDO?
That is correct. That is correct. That would be the work that would have to be done prior to starting a process to modify the UDO.
Okay. Does that help
It does.
clarify that in your mind?
It does, but it'll be no difference between it. It'll be no difference to do the analysis for both together versus one independently. My question becomes, with that analysis, I'm not trying to rush it, but looking at the 90-day of collection of the data necessary to look at moving forward, do you have a rough idea as to what that would encompass, the 90-day piece?
The 90-day piece really just focuses on the process. So there's a process where it comes back to council for a review and a public hearing on what's being proposed with option C, and then referred to the planning commission. It has to get on their calendar. Excuse me. And they would have to come back to council for your consideration as well for final approval. So the 90 days really speaks to what our process looks like as far as going from council to planning commission and back to council.
Okay. I'm just thinking right now. And that's not including the research.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I'm not sure Ms. Miller was finished yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that would include some level of reaching out to the other communities we've talked to already to find out more information from them other than do they have an SUP or not. If we're going to increase the data set, that's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay. The motion on the floor.
One question for staff.
Okay.
Maybe this Attorney James, maybe Mr. Triesenberg. There are numerous bills in the legislature right now that may significantly impact the direction that local communities, local governments have on approving projects in their town, residential projects specifically. Is it possible that the legislature could pass certain rules or laws where special use permits are almost, I won't say eliminated, but the string line's so narrow that no matter what we do, they're going to basically take out the impact they have?
I mean, yes, there's a myriad of land use regulation or, modifying local government's authority to regulate land use bills, concepts in bills. We can't predict that. I don't know that there's one specifically targeting special use permits right now.
765 does
Yeah.
that.
It shifts something.
Yeah, it doesn't call out special use permits specifically, but when you dig into the language, it would prevent it.
That's, all of us need to recognize that even though we go through this time process, that this particular permitting process may be taken away from us if it passes legislation. We just all need to recognize that's out there and it could happen. May happen, could happen, who knows, but we just all need to realize that also.
And I saw at least one bill that was shifting some things from a legislative decision to making it now required to be a quasi-judicial decision.
Like requiring it to be a quasi-judicial?
Not necessarily for this, but for some other issues. So I would say the legislature's looking, or they're having people propose all kinds of different changes.
Okay, so I just think we all need to be aware of that we make a lot of time and effort into this and then come to find out that whatever we decide may or may not, that impact that local government can have may be taken away from local government.
Yes, that's a good point and a good verification, good reinforcement of that there, Ms. Jones, thank you. And the same is true, just to emphasize it, that if we leave it exactly like it is, then it can still get changed and say, oop, no more SUPs, no more quasi-judicial. It's a changing world that we live in. We can wait till all these issues are resolved, or we can try to push ahead to figure out the best way that we can make decisions in the interim.
And that's what I think we need to do. We can wait, what if, and never get anything done. I would prefer us to move ahead with something now so that we are doing something and trying to reach a goal, trying to figure out how to best govern our town, and then deal with what happens with the legislature as it happens.
I second that motion.
Well, the motion on the floor. I think she
I'm
was
trying to do this moving around in there. We joked about not being here at 10 o'clock. We're going to be here at 10 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Matthews has the floor. He has the motion on the floor. He wants to address that motion.
Yes, I do. I agree. We could kick this thing around all night and not knowing what we don't know. There's a term I use called FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And we have no clue what the legislature is going to do. We don't know what they're going to find out from the other communities. But option C is a good starting point. We can find out from the other communities. We'll get that information back. Maybe we'll like what we like or don't like what we're seeing. And it's going to be a moving target. Like you said, it's not going to be an overnight thing. We've got to start somewhere. But that is in that 90-day window. That'll give us a wealth of information right out of the gate, especially what the other communities are doing in our triangle area. And that'll answer probably a lot of questions. So I'd say let's go ahead and move on with option C, and let's see what they bring back to us, and we'll take it from there.
So I believe Mr. Matthews is restating basically the same motion that he made, which is to move ahead with the idea of starting the process of reviewing SUPs as related to residential, and to use option C as our test draft to work through and do the best job we can without launching a separate 90, 120-day study period before deciding to do that. So your motion stands.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much as it was. And Ms. Behringer, you had seconded his motion. Your second still stands.
Correct.
We've had a lot of good discussion. So I guess I'm going to call a roll call vote on that particular motion and then see if it passes. If not, we'll consider another motion. And we got all night.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so that's the motion. It's been made and seconded. Okay, and I'm going to ask that we have a roll call vote, aye or nay, to pursue that strategy. And we'll start with Mr. Matthews, who made the motion.
Aye.
Mr. Singleton.
No.
Ms. Behringer.
Aye.
Mr. Dellinger.
No.
Mr. Vance.
Aye.
Okay, that's 3-2 to move ahead as efficiently as we can to consider options. And I'm sure that staff will do their usual thorough job of giving us all the relevant information we can possibly get. And again, our house is not on fire. We don't have to have this at the next council meeting.
Can I amend that statement to our house is not on fire, but the breeze is blowing?
There might be a little smoke coming out of a window
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
That's right. But yeah, it's very important, but it's not urgency. We don't want to move too quickly and screw up, but we don't want to put it off till we're all dead.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a great discussion on an extremely important concept that we don't wrestle with every day. So thank you for your civility and your thoughtful input. And thanks staff for guiding us through this and taking the next steps. That being said, we'll move right along to committee reports. And we'll start with Mr. Vance's end related to committees. Any reports?
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that the HR committee is continuing on with the interview process to fill the vacant positions. We will continue, we'll be meeting this week to continue the discussion to hopefully make decisions on several positions. And we will be coming back with hopefully some recommendations to the council.
Thank you. Mr. Dellinger.
No committee reports.
Ms. Behringer, committee reports.
Oh, yes, I'm excited to announce that we are going to have the unveiling of the sculpture at the Avery Street West Garner Road property at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April 23rd. And we would invite everybody in town to come and see this momentous occasion.
Fantastic. Mr. Singleton, committee report.
Yes, sir, no committee.
Mr. Matthews, committee.
None.
Okay, and that brings us to manager reports, and I bet we have some by the mere fact that our finance director is still here at this late hour. He
Yes.
might have something to share.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Yes, we have 3 reports that we'd like to share with you this evening. We will just present the highlights to you and provide an opportunity to ask any questions. First is our quarterly financial report, and I'll invite Mr. Beck, our finance director, up to the podium to share our quarterly financial report. So, Mr. Beck?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. You've got the financial report in your packet, so I hope you've had an opportunity to look over it. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. The one-time revenue tracker, which we had previously been reporting just the ARPA funds on, we've added some additional data to that to show the fees in lieu that are collected by the town. So one is for parkland, the other is for street and sidewalk infrastructure. So we've started to include that information just to show a running tally of the balance of those funds, and that'll be in there quarterly going forward. As far as the actual financials themselves, I think we're in really good shape budget-wise, finance-wise this time of the fiscal year. We do have, quite a few larger expenditures that get recorded towards the end of the fiscal year, mostly inter-fund transfers where we're moving revenue that comes into the general fund over to fund some of our revolving capital projects like Perform, Vert, those types of things. The contribution to the debt service fund as well. So overall, I think we're in good shape. We're pretty close to target on most line items budget wise, and think we'll finish out the year in a good positive position. So with that, I'm glad to entertain any questions you have.
Sounds like good news. Questions from council?
No questions,
sir. Questions? Boy, you must have satisfied your curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Next, under our manager reports is the quarterly capital project report, and I'll invite Engineering Director Leah Harrison to the podium.
Thank you. Good evening. Hopefully you've got one more hour left in you because I have a lot to talk about. Not really. We will do the quick version. You have the full report in your packet, of course, so I'm happy to answer questions about anything that we don't specifically go over. Just a few highlights tonight in the transportation section. The Pearl Street and Parker Street Improvement Project was put out to bid yesterday, so that's an exciting new development for us. This bid closes May 13th, so we're looking for an award of that contract likely in June and hopeful completion of that project by the end of the calendar year. Just as a reminder, this is a project that will add curb, gutter, sidewalk, and on-street parking to Pearl Street and Parker Street in downtown. That will complete both of those streets to go along with what the townhome development has completed along their frontages. And it will also add 20 on-street parking spaces for downtown. So definitely excited about that. On its heels, we will have the Rand Mills Streetscape and Parking Improvement Project likely going out to bid by the end of the month. So that is another downtown project that includes the parking lot on Rand Mill, which has 48 parking spots in a lot, as well as the improvements to the Rand Mill and Main Street intersection, and a small plaza in the area where we closed the parking spaces to create the three-way stop there previously. So we're looking for both of those to be in construction during this summer and fall. That work will be getting done. Then, as you all are well aware, Jurgen Park is under construction. We intended to have a groundbreaking ceremony last week, but the weather did not agree with us on that date. So staff is working on rescheduling that event, but in the meantime, work proceeds on that project. One new project that you'll see on your report is the Jurgen Park Homestead Assessment. The Parks and Rec Department has contracted with a consultant to start looking at the assessment of that property so that we can determine options and costs for restoration, renovation, what's going to be done with that homestead facility on the Jurgen property. And then another new project that you'll see on your report is the Garner Police Department steps. This is not a new issue that we've been dealing with, but it's new to the report. So as you all are likely well aware, we've had issues with those steps and the condition of the concrete basically since that building was renovated. We have now determined that the steps really just need to be replaced. We've been working with a contractor to decide that we can likely hold the retaining walls in place, replace the steps, which means that it's not as huge and costly of a project as it could have been. What we are looking at now is potentially adding a second access door to the lobby area that would be an ADA accessible door at the top of the ramp. So currently the door that's there does not have a push button access or anything. So we're looking to potentially add a second at the top of the ramp, which would be a ADA friendly spot to have it. And that would also provide us for a second location for access during construction so that we can demolish the steps and replace those. So we're looking to move forward on that as quickly as possible, hopefully getting that RFP out for that construction by the end of the month. And then work continues on the Town Hall Annex. We're now looking at a move-in date of the end of September for the staff that will be occupying that building. We did have a couple of unforeseen things come up as they do in construction, but work proceeds on that project. And those are the highlights for tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Mr. Singleton has a question.
Parks Playground question. So the Garner Rec Center Playground is good to go. Construction can start this summer and it'll be complete in the fall. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So down here with White Deer Park, playground has been approved by the TRC. It's supposed to start construction this summer, and it's supposed to be complete sometime later in the summer, or summer, fall. But the splash pad has not got the final TRC approval, and we have a date to be determined, so that's not gonna get done this year. I think we all realize that. So is there a chance the splash pad will be ready next year when we have one more than 2026?
I believe so. Yeah. I think that is the anticipated opening date would be the fall, the 2026
Okay,
form
so
season.
we'll get the new playground at Garner Road Park. That's gonna get done. We're getting a new playground at White Deer Park. And then the playground at the, I've gone by it, I probably missed it. The playground behind the rec center is also being reviewed, correct? Yeah, I got it.
Correct.
That's being reviewed. And Centennial, we're gonna wait and try to apply for a part of the grant for next year because of the cost.
Right.
Okay. All right, just checking on them playgrounds. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions?
Boy, that you gave us an hour's worth in about 10 minutes. A lot of stuff going on. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. And then our final report this evening is your monthly Talk of the Town report. And I'll ask Mr. Hodges if he would provide the highlights of that report. So, Mr. Hodges?
All right, thanks. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mayor and council members, your report is in your packet. We do have a few things we wanted to highlight. Our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department and our Engineering Department partner annually to host the Big Sweep Litter Sweep event. That event was held on Saturday, April 5th. 25 volunteers and 4 staff members provided 62 volunteer hours and collected 30 bags of trash. And so we just wanted to thank everyone who participated in that for their work. We also have an employee litter pickup event scheduled on April 23rd and April 26th. You may also see some posts about a DOT-sponsored litter event that they do annually that is at the end of April. So there's lots of events going on in the month of April to try to beautify our community, and we're trying to help either participate in or promote all of those. The police chief survey to get input on the next police chief is active. The link is provided in your report, and it can also be found on the homepage, the town's homepage. Our police staff are working with the Special Olympics of North Carolina for their Cops on Top fundraiser that they do every year. They will be at the Chick-fil-A at White Oak this Thursday and Friday, the 17th and 18th. You can go by, and a portion of your purchases will go to Special Olympics, and you'll also be able to make a donation directly to Special Olympics at that event. Ms. Behringer has already given us details on the sculpture unveiling that we're looking forward to. I'm very excited to announce that after a few years hiatus, we are bringing the Downtown Garner concert series back with a new name and a new location. So Grooving in Garner will premiere on the lawn at the Garner Recreation Center on Friday, June 20th. The series will continue on August 15th and September 19th. And for future years, we're hoping this will be at least 4 concerts a year. We would start in May, but we don't have our power confirmed for this May. So in future years, we'll have at least 4 of those events planned for May, June, August, and September. So look forward to more details once we have the lineup and bands for the series. And then lastly, Garner Small Business Week. Our Economic Development Department is partnering with the Garner Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Garner Association to kick off the town's celebration of National Small Business Week, which is celebrated May 5th through the 11th. There will be a ribbon cutting in downtown Garner on May 5th at noon. And the Economic Development Department is also partnering with Choose Local and Small Y'all at their Local Treasures 5K Trot and Small Business Bash. That will be held on May 3rd at 9 p.m. until 1 at Lake Benson Park. We will forward you, for anyone who does not get chamber e-newsletters, we will forward you the full calendar of the Small Business Week events in your email, so be on the lookout for that. Also in your report are the statistics from our Garner Info app. You'll see that that we still are not quite beginning to get lots of our reports on tall grass just yet, but also be mindful that while this is the statistics from our app that are citizen-led reports, our team is out working proactively, and so what you're not seeing are the hundreds of issues that they're taking care of proactively, so they never make it into the app. If you have any questions about any of this information, I'll be glad to help answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. And if there are any other questions council has this evening, we're happy to respond to them.
And there's a lot going on. Thank you very much. Does that conclude the manager report?
It does. Thank you.
Well, how about the attorney reports?
No report this evening.
We've heard a lot out of you already this evening. Thank you for what you're doing. There is a lot going on there. And back to council reports, and let's run from Mr. Matthews' point. This is not committee reports. This is council reports and the other items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This past Saturday, of course, the majority of us were at the Garner baseball grand opening. Was a great turnout and a lot. And I think when they left there, all of them went up bananas. So I couldn't get nothing in there. But the Saturday before at South Garner, Mr. Singleton and I were there for the grand opening. It was really well attended. And but when I got there, I was asking that Mark Massey Park, which we had a big event here on that, naming that park. I said, "Where's the big sign at?" And I said, "Can't you see it?" I said, "No, I'm looking everywhere." So he took me behind home plate, up about halfway up. The sign is probably not quite as big as our computer screens here, stuck way up there. And Mr. Singleton, and I showed it to him, and I thought, what's this all about? Nobody would never see it. And so our thoughts we need to have a bigger sign, because this was a big deal, with this gentleman here. They were talking about him on the field of what an impact he made in his tenure with this thing. We need to make those signs bigger and put them at both entrances. I think Greg and I both agreed, much larger, so when people come in and walk in that field, they know what it's named after. Because if you go down there now, good luck on finding the sign. And then there's a gentleman, a veteran, standing there when we did the national anthem. He said, "Can you tell me where the flag is?" I said, "I really can't see it nowhere." And it's a little teeny flag, tore all the pieces in the very back behind center field. We need a brand new flag out there about the size of what they got at GBI. So I'm asking the council that we look at redoing these signs, make them worthy of what the man stood for, and put a nice American flag down so when they play the national anthem, you can see it and be proud of it. So I'm asking that we can do that. What do we need to do there?
So we can certainly look at those options. We'll get with the Parks and Recreation staff to see what options there are for the signage, to make it more visible, look at the locations, and certainly follow up on the flag.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I got.
Cool, thank you. Mr. Singleton.
Second one, Mr. Matthews said, the signs are small. I mean, he had to take me over there and say, "Do you see it?" And I said, "Well, there's a real small sign up there," and that's how I found it. So I agree. We're going to honor the field by naming after Mr. Massey. The sign needs to be substantial so people can see his name. Also, I agree with the opening day for both GBI this past Saturday and Garner Sports League the previous Saturday. A lot of kids. There were 45 teams this past Saturday. Mm-hmm. Mr. Vance was there also. And the Garner Sports League was, I can't remember, all it was a bunch of kids. And it was great to see as always. And they had an interesting thing at GBI. They got some of the coaches out there and they let some of the players throw a cream pie at them. The mayor was there too. And then Mr. Matthews said, "That might be a good thing we can do to be a fundraiser."
No, it's not.
Sure it is. Mr. Vance concurred. He's right beside me, so he thought it'd be a good idea. If we're looking to raise money,
it's all good
for a good cause.
Sound like
for a good cause,
Okay,
if somebody wants to do it. But anyway, it was good. It was funny. Yeah. But anyway, I just bring that up that somebody may have that happen sometime. But anyway, two well-attended events by both organizations. A lot of kids playing sports, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, and the pies were a hoot, and they did raise money.
They did.
It
Yes.
was definitely well received. I was just kidding. You'll be great in that job. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, this past Saturday, I went to a memorial service, which sounded like something very serious, for Audrey Cash. Audrey passed away in January. She used to live in the brick house on the corner of Creech Road and West Garner Road. She and her daughter Pam, and Audrey was not very loud, but always there, always doing something, always contributing. And my impression when I got the invitation was that it was a floating event to come in and, say that you loved her and appreciated what she did. It was a party. And I mean, it was a big party. The room was full. Audrey, I think, was 95 or 96. That room was full of people. And they were not just people from Garner. They were people that she knew so many years ago in different neighborhoods, some of them from Raleigh. But it was quite an event and very much, very accurate about her. So it was a pleasure to go.
Well, a good recognition of the friends you have in Garner. Sometimes you don't know. Thank you. Mr. Dellinger.
Yes, just want an update on the status of the budget and when council would get first look at it. If it was slated for May 6th at the presentation, if we could get it earlier, is that possible? Maybe read-only access or something? How close are we? Are we at 95% done or?
We're not at 95% done, but we are getting close to finishing the budget book and finalizing the recommendations. So the schedule, looking at the calendar, is the budget will be formally presented to council at your May 6th meeting. And so typically we provide the budget books to council the Thursday before, so that will be May 1st that council will have that information to look at ahead of time. We'll have the official budget presentation, which is the manager's message provided at your May 6th meeting. And then at your May 20th meeting, it will be an opportunity for the public hearing, the formal public hearing for the budget. If you recall, we've identified the afternoon of May 15th for your budget work session. So that'll be additional time to review the budget in more detail and answer any questions that council has, with our goal of our target of trying to get the budget ready for approval at your June 3rd meeting.
And have we had any comments in the portal? I've had people asking me, why can't we see the budget? Why can't we see the budget? And all they can do is put in comments. So when are we going to see the comments, and what's the soonest the public will have access to seeing the budget? Does that make sense?
So the budget will be available to the public when it's provided to council, so that'll be May 1st. I know we've had a few comments entered into the portal. I will check with our budget director, Ms. Warren, tomorrow. We'll provide that information to council as well throughout the process. So before the budget's provided, the recommended budget, and after the recommended budget's provided as well, we'll have that information as part of council's discussion and deliberation.
Okay. Another item, just listen to the news and see these lists of best places to live and stuff, and a lot of local towns on there. Garner's not on there. Kind of wonder why. I'm like, we're good. Then I got to thinking, and I would like a legal opinion and guidance to council on a nuisance tax, and something that targets properties that that consistently require a disproportionate number of calls for emergency services. These properties are disproportionate risks to our emergency personnel and damage our statistics as they relate to crime and safety. Make us appear on paper less safe and healthy than we are. And it possibly has an effect on our property values and our reputation as a community when you have properties out there that are having overuse of our police and fire, how that shows up in some of these rankings as a safe community or not. There may be these unintended consequences to these types of properties. So I'd like a legal opinion on the viability of those, the use of those, and options for those. There, again, just unintended consequences of that don't always show up directly. But I always wonder, you see all these other towns in Wake County showing up there. I'm like, what is Garner ranking so low in that we're not on the top of this, near the top of this list? And then something came to mind, and I said, oh, let's see what we can do about that. The other item is I would like for our May 20th meeting, staff to prepare a text amendment to remove or modify our R8 zoning. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Vance.
I have nothing.
All right, well, we've covered a lot of ground, and we're still before 10 o'clock.
Not much.
Not much. If there's no other business we need to discuss or no other items, I certainly would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Motion made and second by Mr. Vance. All in favor of
What
it?
discussion? We did that with Mr. Vance.
Okay, let's have it. Come on.
Throw him off. Everything had gone so smooth. I threw in there we need to discuss the motion about adjourning.
Well, now that you mentioned it, you're right. Maybe we should reconsider it. We have at least another 3 minutes until 10
It's
o'clock.
not a debatable motion. Parliamentarily speaking, it's not a debatable motion. So
Thank you.
you just vote.
The motion's been made and seconded. We will now vote.
And
A
busted.
voice vote. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody who wants to stay and chat a while, just say nay, and I'll stay here with you. I'll stay here with you anyway. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Now on the